Hello everyone, welcome here in Poland in Bydgoszcz where we have FIDE, World's Women Teams Chess Championship, and here we are, your commentators, Grandmaster Alojzije Janković.
That's me.
We do have Grandmaster Marcin Tasbir and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. So, Alojzije, what's happening here? We are going to start this tournament, but let's give a little bit information to our viewers about the teams.
Yeah, thanks, Keti. Sun is shining in Poland, players' faces as well. We are all excited that World Championship is starting today. Rapid is always intriguing one because I've seen many times in my career so many upsets when lower-rated players found the way to win against a much stronger opponent. We all like this format because it's exciting. We will see some ups and downs at the board. We have Pool A and Pool B, strong teams, quite challenging.
It is quite challenging indeed. And we do have 12 teams, and here we have Pool A. The teams are divided into Pool A and Pool B. You can see that today India will face France, Kazakhstan will take Egypt, Ukraine will face Georgia. We do have then Pool B, Bulgaria against FIDE Americas. We're gonna talk a lot about this competition and about, for instance, FIDE Americas. What does that mean? We do have team from USA. They are facing Germany, and China will take the host country team, Poland. This is the pairings from today, and Alojzije, this is the playing venue, the camera from our hotel to the city.
Yeah, exactly. So Poland is a huge chess country, as we all do know how strong players they have in men and women competition. So we are all happy that besides Warsaw, the capital, we are also going to some different parts of Poland. Bydgoszcz is for maybe international viewers like a new venue, but I think we will learn much more about the city. Conditions are great. We are so happy. You can see that players are arriving. Okay, there are many strong captains here, grandmasters who are coaching the teams. So all the teams are serious in their ambitions. I'm very happy with this format actually, because when you have Pool A and Pool B with 4 teams who can qualify to the next round, every team, even after shaky start, can have a chance to proceed to the KO phase. So it will be very, very interesting till the end.
It is indeed, and we have to mention that the teams that we have here, 12 teams, they are not here with their strongest lineups, and there are, for instance, Team Georgia, which is leading the competition, but they are missing the number 1 Nana Zagnidze, and we have also Team India, very, very strong lineup, and they are missing Conor Hampi. So we were talking about this, and we came up with this idea that this is actually fantastic for those players to give in a chance, young players, to play in the team competition at the World Championship.
Exactly. Listen, I've seen so many times that sometimes you don't see top players in one national team, and then you are saying, okay, top players are missing, and suddenly you realize that, let's say, in a few years we have like maybe new Magnus in a team, or Nepo, or those super strong grandmasters who are trying to fight to go to elite list. Also some top players in the women section, as you mentioned. There are some players missing, but we have European champion Mary Arabidze. So there are many strong players here, and some new future stars. So I'm pretty sure after this event we will learn more about some prominent players who will come to the elite in future.
That's right, indeed, we're hoping. And we do have here a lot of youth players that we're going to keep the eyes on. We saw that they started to play the games. The first round just started. It is 3 p.m. Central European time, and we can see all the games have already started. And this is our first board we have on the screen here.
Yeah, okay, we have now, they are switching cameras. You could see many known players here. The thing is in rapid and first round in general, it's always a little bit intriguing. You are not sure what is the shape of your players. You are starting to get familiar also with the rate of play. We can maybe repeat that it is 45 minutes plus increment, which I would say it's not like just super fast, rapid. It's some kind of mix. You have enough time. You can find a way, even in some complicated positions, but still you need to play a little bit faster than in general play.
That is right. Here we have on the screen Antoaneta Stefanova, former women's world champion, and she is facing FIDE Americas. Her opponent is international master Valdez Ordaz. And this is very special team. Here we have the players from American countries. They are coming together and they are just playing in one team, and this is very special occasion for this event. Indeed, we're gonna talk a lot about this, but for the moment, I would like to ask a few questions to our co-commentator Marcin Tasbir, who will give us some of the updates that we might miss during our commentary, and he will bring here also the players to interview. Marcin, we have here the something very unique and something very new, time control. We call it the rapid chess, 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, and this is between classical chess and the rapid chess. What do you think? What should we expect in this time control?
First of all, hi. It's a big question whether to think that it's a rapid tournament or the classical one. I have never played such a time control in such a tournament, but okay, it's something. I believe it's not new for the players, but I would say it's rather a classical one, to be honest.
Okay, now of course, if I could jump in, of course, now level of preparation is much higher. Players are not spending so much time in the opening as before, but still it can be tricky if you are burning a lot of time for later. It can be a serious problem. But we are all excited, as I said, because I'm not sure that all the favorites will do well in this event.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And Marcin, what do you think in these two pools that we have? Do we have actually a clear favorite? We said that there is a rating favorite, Georgia in Pool A, and then we have in Pool B, China and USA rating favorites.
Yeah, but I would like to interrupt that. We are talking about the ratings in rapids, not in the classical chess. So I believe it's not that easy to say who is the favorite here and who will win the whole tournament. Of course, we all know that all players will do their best to be qualified to the further step and then to play for medals.
Yeah, Ukraine is also super strong. They have like serious coaches around. If I've seen correctly, there are so many grandmasters here. They were present during a technical meeting, and then you realize also it's very, very, very serious when you see those top players, and probably there are also some seconds available over internet. So I'm pretty sure that everyone is taking serious this event. If I'm not mistaken, one team made the preparation.
Yeah, that's right. The Team Georgia, in fact, came some days before, like 5 days before, a week before, and they had the training camp in this very hotel, and they got a gist of the time zone, as Georgia is 3 hours or 2 hours behind the Central European time zone, and they had a very nice training camp here, and they feel like, okay, this is a tournament that is running for a long time compared to the, for instance, Team India, which had a really long journey, a lot of flights to, alongside with Kazakhstan and China. I think they had even 12 hours of the flight. So this is, I think,
Do you expect jet lag that might affect players in the first round?
I think yes. Although these players are so well experienced and they are used to play a lot of tournaments. Here is one very important detail, guys. Some of the players, like I can name Harika Dronavali, she had crazy schedule of the tournament. First, we had the World Cup in Baku. It was very tense tournament. A lot of players were there. Then we had the team Rapid Chess Championship in Germany, and then Tata Steel Rapid, and then here. So that's a lot of tournaments that a lot of the players who we have here in the tournament has been going through, and we might have some upsets because of this reason.
I fully agree with you, but maybe it's time that we move to moves to see what's going on the boards. We could choose one match. Do you have any preference at the moment?
I would like to suggest to see the game of the match USA and Germany. We do have here very interesting lineup from Team USA. We do have a lot of new players in the team, and Team Germany is with their strongest lineup, and the national team is here.
Elizabeth Petz, she has played very well in Baku. And also in Baku there were some tie breaks around, so players are also familiar with now a little bit more faster control and have this experience. And also in Düsseldorf, the rate of play was quicker than usual, so they got used to it. I see some I would say this classical position where the point is that Black has managed to come out with her bishop, but for amateur players, the main issue in this type of position is whether White can put some pressure on this unsecured b7 pawn, and unexperienced players are really struggling after this queen b3 move, because suddenly you see that it's not so easy to develop or to defend this move. Sometimes rook a7 is the way how Black is defending that pawn. We could just briefly check how it went. So it went with the exchange Slav. Before it was the way to show I'm not interested in getting an advantage in the opening, but later with some new concepts, new ideas, White players have found a way to put some pressure. Now it's possible either to copy paste with bishop f5, but a6 might be maybe even a little bit more easier way to come out. Now the point is, when White played this e3, now the pin is bishop g4, which is the way how Black is solving his reverse piece, light square bishop, ready even to exchange it on f3. So I'm pretty sure that Elizabeth knows what she's doing, but as I said, it can be a little bit uncomfortable after queen b3. Now came this move, and this is also typical. Black can either retreat or to push b5. Sometimes some sacrifices on b5 are on the menu, or just White can retreat. So this is typical what White is doing in this line. I expect this game not to be so calm and dull. I expect that it will be very sharp soon. So let's check the second board. This is more intriguing. We have this Catalan Tebia. Okay, this is typical close Catalan, or to take on c4. Black is choosing former. Anna Zatonsky, she's very experienced and well prepared, so I expect her that she will blitz her opening. Okay, c5, and now came this queen c7. Okay, knight c4. Now Black can choose with which piece to take on c5. Usually White is putting pressure in this type of structures. Kramnik was doing masterpieces, later Magnus and some other players. Catalan seems to be the way how you put pressure on Black position.
To talk about Catalan and Wagner as well, Dinara Wagner in fact made a sensation by winning the Women Grand Prix, the final leg in Cyprus. She was the lowest rated player in the competition, and then she started to play the tournament so well. She won the whole competition convincingly and played really nice. And some of her games was in Catalan, and she was so well prepared. And we can actually consider that this is her main weapon with white pieces, and she is quite confident. Also talking about that, her time is 44 minutes by now. She has not spent that much of the time. And this is always very interesting when you are having home preparation.
I expect both players will blitz their moves because, as you mentioned, yes, Dinara is one of the best prepared players currently in the I would say top women chess. Her husband is very strong grandmaster, known theoretician from Germany. So I expect that besides like a team support which they are having and getting, that also this private help will be important, because it's much easier than when you have like a strong grandmaster who could maybe prepare some analysis. So she's known as well prepared, but as you mentioned, her results improved a lot because she's a very strong fighter. She likes to take risks, and she's very good in sharp positions, which I think this format will also suit her style. Because in the rapid, if you have some kind of sharp openings, you might use it more than in standard chess, when players can much easier find the defense. Yeah, so this is something I expect, and I think also Elizabeth and other players, we will see Josephine, are very interesting players. Their games are very interesting to follow, so we will be around, I think.
Right. And I see that Martin has prepared something for us. Let's get Martin in the studio.
Boring Berlin endgame, right?
Yeah, almost. The thing is, we have a very, very interesting game in the match Kazakhstan against Egypt, which could already have ended, actually, because there was a trap in the opening, a very interesting one. E4, C5, knight f3, of course, the Sicilian open line, and here the Najdorf line, and after bishop g5, the most sharp one. And here black has made not yet a very big mistake, but b5, e5, and now the only move would be to play bishop b7 at first, just to attack the queen, but instead what black did, she took on e5, and now white could have taken on b5 at first, and the thing is that after ab and queen a8, black has not enough compensation. I believe that the position of white is already won. So instead of doing that, black simply took on e5, white took on e8 immediately, which loses to ed. Yeah, there was already one trap in the opening, right? So it might be very tricky.
Yeah, this concept with e5 was seen in Bobby Fischer's games, also Harris they were playing, but if you are not prepared, somehow you can easily mix it up. Yeah. It seems like you are making the right way, and suddenly you realize that you are lost. So, but okay, this game we will follow. I'm not sure that immediately
it's not immediately won for black, but black is already better here.
Yeah, and when you are a Sicilian player, you feel well in this type of circumstances.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, very interesting. That's a good start of a day to have already this kind of unclear situation on the board. Thank you so much, Martin, to let us know. You guys, we have a lot of games happening right now, and we're gonna keep the eye on one or two teams mainly, but we are inviting you to let us know in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, and also Facebook which of the games are interesting, and maybe which of the games you would suggest us to cover, and we will take a look at that. So we're inviting all of you to join us also in the chat of these three platforms. And shall we continue to take a look of the match of USA and Germany, because on the third board something very exciting is already happening.
I just wanted to add regarding our chat, YouTube and other channels, if we see like a reasonable effort, maybe we could give some presents, right?
Oh yes, that's true.
To our best fans. Okay, let's move to the to the third board. It's similar, like something we've seen just recently. Okay, this looks like a typical Sicilian battle.
This cannot be boring, this position. It cannot be boring.
Exactly, exactly. Listen, as I said, Josephine, she's playing very interesting chess, and also in rapid, if you score this win with black, as Keti, you know, you were in Dubai, right, following this great league where this system with wins of black were very important. Was very important here as well. In like a four boards match, if you make a win with black, you are giving a serious boost to your teammates. So sometimes some risky openings might be very interesting strategy. If you lose, people will say, okay, what to do? Black is always tricky to play with black, but if you win, you can be a real hero. Yeah, exactly. So some players feel confident in that type of role.
Right, that's very interesting. I can read out one of the comments on YouTube that Untitled writes that the team German has a very nice chemistry, and he's betting, or she, on board 3 that Josephine will rule this game. And this last move, knight c4, might be a very ambitious move.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we should take into consideration a few things like jet lag. Germany is close to Poland, so for players it's quite easy, convenient. Berlin is like, if I'm not mistaken, like 300 kilometers, so it's not far. They can use this advantage. They're very used to it, those circumstances, and this is some advantage for them. So I'm pretty sure that they are also trying to exploit this in the first round. US coming from afar. So that's also something I think they will try to use. That in this first match they showed this and try to put pressure.
Yeah, that's right. You guys, we have prepared some of the videos where the team captains and the players are talking a little bit about their team compositions, about the spirit of the team, and the tournament itself here. So we're gonna have this later today or even tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Today we're gonna have a lot of fun here, as the games are so promising.
Exactly. Okay, let's make few comments about this game. First of all, you see that black is postponing the castle. This is something useful because of this pawn storm is approaching. It's quite nice if you can run away with long castle. So this is one of the strategy. Other thing is that black was making this action on the queen side, is that to prepare this a5, a4 push at some stage, or even b4, and also white needs to decide either to abandon moving away this important bishop. Although let's say that not recently, but some modern times, people are somehow much easier in separating with their own bishops. And before, everyone would move it instantly, but now these days people see that sometimes in Sicilian it's possible to exchange a bishop for a knight and still have an initiative. So probably white will play something like king b1 in this position, or immediately start pushing her pawns with f5 and h5. Very interesting position. I was usually in black shoes in this type of structures, but of course I have had many losses in this sharp position, because if white managed to break through or to start asking questions to black, then usually it's much easier to play with white. With black, you need to be you need to have like a big inspiration to keep your initiative growing and going, while with white, usually if you just put pressure, then you just play it itself. It's not a big deal then to score. Maybe we could move to the last board.
Let's take a look at the last board of this match
Yeah,
to have a
Hedgehog
picture.
structure. Usually they say if white manages to push a4, a5 in the opening, exchange this b6 pawn, which was the thing which happened. We can just, from this point, we can just check it. So usually they're saying that white can be slightly better. So we will see what will happen here. Both players looks that they are still in the prep, although I would always prefer white in this type of structure because it's a bit easier to play it with white. But okay, maybe black will also find a way to equalize in this position. So if we could conclude, so last board still unclear. I would say slight plus for white. Here completely unclear. Second board, slight plus for white, but not much. And first board still in progress. Yeah, I would say two maybe classical position and two more challenging ones.
Yeah, still the game is on and we have no idea how this match can end. There is another interesting match up in Pool A where India is taking on France. We can take a look at this match as well. And yeah, this is quite interesting match indeed, as Team India has sort of mix of experienced players and also youth players, as their captain said. So in the first match, we don't have Harika playing against France, but we still have quite nice lineup on the first board right now. We do have international master Agraval, who is playing against Daulite Kornate.
Yeah, they are very strong in general. Even if they don't come with like a strongest lineup, India is always strong. They are really, the level of chess is extremely high. And what's funny, I'm always eager to see how Vishy is speaking about new generation, the way how he's feeling as a big mentor. So I'm also quite informed, I would say, about their younger generation. Very strong players. The lineup they have chosen for this event, I'm pretty sure it's also prominent. So we will see what will be the result. They're playing now this classical stuff. This is Catalan, bishop b4. The idea is to place white bishop on this d2 square, where it's a little bit less well placed compared to b2, where it's on diagonal. So usually a5, this is typical stuff, and now queen c1, move rapid, which is very useful to get your opponent out of the book. Let's see how many minutes black spent. Okay, the reaction was instant. D takes c5, d4. Okay, this is, I think it was played very complicated game. A bishop b4 takes, and then queen f4 came, knight c6, knight d2, and d3 was the so they are blitzing the moves, but suddenly it seems that black is more in control in terms of preparation, or at least like classical reactions. Now came ed, queen d.
Right, you can see the time difference. So for the moment, it might not feel that much, but in few moves, it can become one of the main issue of the game, as here Vantika has 26 minutes and her opponent has almost double time on the clock, and there's only 10 seconds of increment. We're used to play 30 seconds of increment, which is half a minute, and then you can somehow collect some time on the clock by moving quite fast, but 10 seconds, that's very tricky.
Yeah, sometimes it's complicated. Either you play blitz, and then you are blitzing your moves, you are in that mode, and it's easy to adjust. And suddenly you are playing something between. And for some players, they get too relaxed. They think that 10 seconds is enough. I can later, even if I'm in a like severe time trouble, I can maybe come out with some reactions, and suddenly they realize that 10 seconds can be very tricky, and it's very complicated to make a move, each move in just 10 seconds.
Right.
Here, yeah. So my opinion was here. I was trying to understand what's going on. So my first impression is that if white manages to castle or to exchange the queens, this is also an option, white will be better. Of course, black is trying not to allow this.
It's a very interesting position because this queen on c2 somehow just paralyzes white's position. You can't castle because knight on d2 is hanging. You cannot freely move the queen because pawn on b2 is hanging. You cannot move the rook that easily because a2 pawn is hanging, and you don't want to give up anything here in this position because like why to give it up? Black has very nice structure, has no weakness on the king, and white has to come up here with a serious plan to castle.
So my idea, just I noticed, is that if white plays something like knight f3, maybe the concept is to give this check. When you take queen c1, king goes up, and there is this double attack. So this is some point which is disturbing white, because without this motive, white would just play knight f3 maybe, and on queen c4 maybe come out with some queen d4, claiming the advantage. Maybe this was the concept.
All right, here I have very crazy suggestion.
Okay.
I'm teaming up with the engine, and
Okay.
where engine says insane move, king to e2. What is this? Is this? And then the engine says like, I'm fine, it's equal position.
Yeah, I'm always afraid that engine says equal. I would rather like to see that I'm getting some advantage, because when I see my king on e2 not castled, and then the conclusion is equal, and then I see it's for sure it's complicated. So it's not just like an obvious equalization or obvious easy play, but this move is great because you're connecting the rooks, you are preparing rook c1, which will completely kick out the queen. Your king can maybe later just walk to g1. So I think this is really interesting move, because suddenly black needs to be fast. Since if white starts to play, starts bringing her pieces, those problems black is having, b7 weakness, even b4 can be in some stage a problem. The knight on f6 is restricted. Yeah, there are several weaknesses around. This move you mentioned, Keti, is something which will show to us the shape of player. If she is in good shape, king e2 is something which comes as a natural solution for a player who is confident. But if you are still in some kind of I would say nervous or maybe like a jet lag phase.
Yes. She was also playing, Vantika was also playing Tata Steel Rapids.
And so I'm very curious what will happen on the
because any other move gives the advantage to black, because you have to give up something. We maybe just follow the a line here why king e2 is like safe move and the best move here, and what happens because after king e2, black plays knight to d7 here and attacks the queen, and queen has not perfect squares to go, but this queen can go safely or back on e3, and after black captures on b2, then we play rook h to b1, attacking the pawns on b file, queen goes back on f6, and now we're starting to activate pieces. Knight d4 attacks the queen right away. And
here just to say that if of course the queen should stay connected with the rook on a1, not allowing this rook b4 because queen takes a1. So this is the point why queen f6 is a move to play in this position. You said now
94.
94. Okay.
And the idea is of that that move is that now if you play queen e7, first of all, pawn on c5 is not hanging, and I can take the pawn on b4, and then I'll get this knight on d6, and somehow black's position is very squeezed.
I understand. Yeah. Yeah, this is also typical for some Nimzo Indians, where black is sometimes sacrificing the pawn just to have weakness in opponent's camp. But here, it seems that white is on top. So, as I mentioned, I'm very curious to see which move will be played. White is burning a lot of time, 21 minutes. But okay,
will she play this move?
Yeah, I would say that she will.
She will. Okay,
Yeah.
we asked the
Let's
chat
bet.
if she's gonna
Yeah.
play this move,
Yeah.
King E2, you guys.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think. Is this the move that you're gonna play? For me, like, I might play if I go through all the lines and I see that, oh, nothing is really working, and maybe I have to risk a little bit. But about King E2 move, then you're very close to do this artificial castle. Move
Yeah.
the rook away and then to play King F1 and King G1, and somehow you are safe there.
Exactly. Okay, black is she's also counting. Okay, if white finds this move, I might be a little bit worse. But okay, my strategy to put pressure on clock. She's now less than 20 minutes. Okay, maybe I will find a way later to put pressure on clock, which will be like a successful strategy with my risky opening. King E2, I'm pretty sure will be played, but okay, I don't know about you guys. So write us in chat.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question indeed. And in this kind of situations, when you play Queen C2, you also need to have a poker face, that you own the board, and sometimes some of the players are waving the head a little bit like,
yeah, we might
I have a good position.
Yeah, let's switch to camera. Let's see what's going on. Who is confident? She's completely focused.
Oof,
King
she's
still
calculating a lot of
King
lines.
still stays on E1. Very complicated position. Also,
It is
as
very
I said,
complicated.
Sometimes it's showing the level of imagination of players. I'm pretty sure all those players who are here, they are very strong guys. They are very experienced. So they got used to this type of situations.
Right, Alojzije, we're so curious about this King E2 move, but in the same match on the second board, something very interesting is happening.
Okay.
Let's take a very quick look at that one. As last moves from black was bishop h3, and white decided to play bishop to h6 as well. If we go just a little bit back on move 13, where white decided to capture the knight here in this position, my concerns were like maybe black is going to take with a pawn on e6 because it opens the f-file, you have these crazy exchange sacrifices, and this hole on f3 is more visible when the rook is controlling.
You're completely right, Keti. This is typical reaction. I would add that in these positions, the thing is, if white gets a free time for bringing his rook, playing some useful move, this space advantage will start to tell. So here you need to be very creative to avoid. So pawn takes e6 is one of the ways how you are showing that you won't end up in this sort of passive position. I would always prefer white in this type of positions, because somehow, you know, those pieces, they look interesting. You are having like a strong bishop, let's say here, that it seems that your position is very nice, you have like harmony, and suddenly you realize that after 5-10 moves you don't have anything to play. So usually this space advantage and those two pawns which are actually restricting black's position is some big asset for a future. I'm pretty sure that this way of play, this bishop g4, provoking f3, and then playing on h3, long term, it's a good way. This is thing I'm suggesting to my students, guys. When your opponent they have a fianchetto bishop, always is an option to exchange it. Although maybe you're exchanging a bishop, where the opponent, the pawns are placed, dark square bishop for dark, and there are dark square pawns. But long term, you will either have some kind of perpetual check options or attack. Even in endgame, you might, with your rook later, do some damage. So this is always a safe strategy. Exchanging opponent's fianchetto bishop, long term, I would say I would never wrong, maybe sometimes a little bit better than in other case, but in general, this strategy is always useful. So basically, they're doing the same now, and we will end up in some position, knights on the board. That means that it won't be so equal. Queens, if they stay on the board, long term there is always a strategy of some, as I said, attack. So this will be like an interesting position till the end.
Even though the pieces are going to be traded here, I believe that white might have very nice chance to start some kind of attack on the king side. After bishops are off the board, the knight d5, queen d4, queen c3 comes on the board, and the threat is to play f4, pick this knight which is covering the diagonal, and then black has these holes on the dark squares. You can even add h4, h5
let's show
extra.
What you are saying. Keti, let's say this type of position, and suddenly either queen c3 or something, and your point is that you are putting pressure over diagonal. Without queen, it will be much tougher. Usually in the case when you exchange opponent's fianchetto bishop, you need the queen because you need some piece which can make over diagonal some threats, and you were saying that h4, h5, this is the type of strategy white is heading for. Of course, black might do something similar, let's say a few moves before that to exchange, and then to start pushing h4, h5 or f5 as a counter attack. But as you mentioned, very interesting game ahead of us.
Divya is just coming right now from Tata Steel, where she won the rapid competition. She was the lowest rated player, very young player among Juve and June, for instance, who is the current women's world champion, and local hero Conor Hampi. She managed to overtook all of these players and win the rapid competition. She is in a great form, and we have seen some of the games that she came from death in that tournament, and she fought it back. So let's leave this game and jump right away to the last board of this match, because here it is quite unbalanced situation on the last board, and maybe this game will be the first which gonna end in the match. As you can see, that the rook is gone now from a8.
Okay, let's check it from the beginning. So Sicilian, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c6. Actually, this was my specialty. I was playing this Rouser Sicilian. I even wrote a book with Grandmaster Kozul, former European champion. They called his variation Kozul Suicide Variation.
Oh, nice. I need this book. I play also knight c6. I love to play knight c6.
So this is Kozul variation, and this is the variation I was playing and analyzing with him, and one of the best victories in my career is connected with this opening. So this f3 is a way to avoid Rouser complication, with, starting with bishop g5, and now black has several ways to react, but e5 considers as a best way to play with black. And now the point is, when this knight goes to b3, sometimes in neither Sicilian they are playing a6 in the opening as a starting move from neither, and then black is playing a5. Here the point is that white will do this in one go.
Right.
And this is the main difference why white players sometimes are not playing this variation, saying that this tempo black is having its advantage for black. But anyway, it can be very well played, and this is the position now black is threatening this d5 and some stage, and usual reaction is knight d5, and there is this a5 move Kozul and me we have analyzed, and actually remarks, comments we've got were mostly coming from India. They were so investing so much energy in saying, at one point in your book I found improvement and so on. So they are very familiar. And also in our games, I was playing this with Black Kozul as well. They were very familiar with the concept. So they also contribute to the development. Some Indian players, you can find that Gupta was playing this Rouser later. Now Max Odlo is playing as well. So there are several players who play this line. Usually Rouser, Keti, you are playing when you need chances for win. Caruana played this against Karyakin when he needed to qualify to the World Championship match in the last round of candidates. Even Magnus plays and so on. So a5, bishop b4, this is all known, and you have this Here I was mainly queen c8. This was our analysis. If I'm not mistaken, queen c8 is the move. We wanted to play, but here black opted for queen e8. But as I see, a huge
But black
concept.
voluntarily gave up this opportunity of knight c7, right?
Yeah. Okay. The point is that she wants to have an initiative later with this d5. I'm not sure that this is best for black, but in rapid it can be tricky. Game to follow. One more.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Here we have to mention that Mitra Hedjazipour is the current French women champion. The tournament ended in about 1 week before, and she managed to win that competition. And she just switched her federation from Iran to France, and this is her first competition in the team. And she's playing against Sri Savita. This is the fourth board. This is gonna heat up. We can see already d5 is on the board, and there's gonna be no compromise here. Meanwhile, on the first board of this match, Vantika is still thinking. She has not made it. She has 10 minutes on the clock. Oh no,
Listen,
this is not a good sign.
Yeah, this is either sign of some kind of, as we mentioned, nervous, jet lag. I don't know, first round start and the whole tournament and excitement. Or the thing is that something she probably sees this king e2, but something she doesn't like. Maybe we didn't see all the things, but to me it looks that white is having everything under control there. So I'm quite surprised. And also when you are following as a captain, as a supporter of the fan, it's always unpleasant to see that your first board is spending so much time in the not opening, but let's say some kind of beginning of the game. So 10 minutes on the clock, severe time trouble ahead of white. Okay, still I would say under control, because if you manage to find a way for the next 5-6 moves and maybe
blitz it out,
then maybe if you exchange the queens, then
like, look at their posture. They are both so focused, the hands on the head, and you can see they're right now calculating a lot of variations. And I agree that in the team competition, all the players are looking on the first board. It's so important, the first board, to keep the game, to make at least a draw or to win is the greatest. Somehow, then your mood is adjusting to the first board.
Yeah, and don't forget that this is a world championship. You're representing your country. For some of the players, as you mentioned, some of the teams were not coming with their best rated players, and suddenly you're leader of your national team. I understand that players can be excited, and it's not an easy to start the tournament. So this
That's
is also
true.
this pressure.
That's true.
Pressure. I guess you played for the national.
No, thank you very much.
Yes,
I
right?
never played. No.
Oh, but because you're a strong player, so.
But Georgia
that
has,
means how strong is Georgia.
Yeah. No, it was my choice. It was my choice to sit right here, enjoy all the games and commentate rather than to play. But that's another story. A very interesting information for our viewers is that the India is the runner-up of the previous World Team Women Championship, which happened in Sicilian in Poland, and they had great tournament, won a lot of matches, and they were so close to win the title. So for them, this is very important. And another interesting information to our viewers: this tournament is not happening every year. This is happening only once in 2 years. So and it is quite prestigious for all the teams to become the world team champion indeed. So is it King E2 is on the board?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
I thought it was our analysis.
Great. Finally.
Wow.
Yeah. Now
Wow.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, well done, great. We like this.
Wow, the game is on.
Yeah, and
Game is
just
on.
I wanted to add, Keti, one more thing. This World Championship, it's very important also for each participant in their country. If you are world champion or if you get a medal of World Championship, of course, you know, everyone then recognizes as a huge achievement. Also, we do have like an individual medals, so players are also fighting for their own performance. If you have a individual medal on some strong event like World Championship, of course, that's a huge boost for your career.
Indeed, and we do have here some update from Marcin. Let's take a look what he has prepared for us.
Hi again. This is a game of Ning against Maltsevskaya, Poland against China. And nothing new in the opening, but then there is a mistake at the end of a current position, of course. I'm talking about that line. Let me just get there. And just now black took on e4 with the knight, and white has found it. Bishop e4 is actually winning, because if you take it with the knight, I take back, and you cannot take with the queen because of rook e2. And your rook is not protected on e8, so that's why you need to take it with the bishop at first. Because if white took with the knight, then after taking, black has c5.
Oh, okay.
So now, as we can see in the game, white has found bishop e4, and Alexandra Maltsevskaya is in a really huge problems now.
So now, in case of c5, in this scenario, we could just show.
Yes, we have, for example, knight to d6, right?
Or yeah, good.
And we are at minimum exchange up.
My comment would be if you could get back to queen c7, few moves before. This is some kind of queen was on b6. So when queen comes from b6 to c7, that means that this opening strategy of black was not like ideal. So she was,
queen c7 at first, just without queen b6, right? Because of this h3 is really useful for white.
Yes, exactly. So probably she was not so familiar, or the position was a bit new for her. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the time. This is the opening position, and still losing 5 minutes already with queen b6. It seems that black was not prepared for that, and here after 11 minutes, she came back to c7. So as you mentioned.
Wow,
so
that's very good content.
So what would this mean for a match? We could maybe switch to check other games and to see what's going on in that match.
Yeah,
so
this
it's
is
China against Poland.
That's right. I wanted to say that that's very good content for daily puzzles that we are creating. This what Marcin just showed. This sequence is so nice actually to solve. And I'm sure that these two players have seen it, but it's so easy to somehow forget.
Listen, we all did mistakes in our careers, even top players. You could remember Vichy against Mamedjarov, immediately resigning, blundering checkmate. I lost as a grandmaster in 10 moves and so on. So. It's possible, especially in rapid. Actually, Keti, I just came yesterday late at night to Poland, to Warsaw, and I was actually coming from Warsaw with Chinese team, and they really looked tired. So I'm really impressed how they are here already in this fighting, fully concentrated mode.
Right, we need to shout out to Team China for sure. And this is not the Team China that we have seen at the Olympiads with the lineup of Zhu Wenjun, Lei Tingzhi, and Tang Zhongyi, and many more. They have quite a relatively young team. Some of the players are even 18 years old, but those players are so impressive. The rating, the standard rating, some of them are more than 2,400. But the thing is very interesting about them that they got the visa of Schengen area last second.
Really?
So when you are going to the team competition or any competition, you are preparing for it, and you need the. It's so hard to get ready for the tournament when you are not sure that you're gonna go.
Yeah, this is the new information for me. As I said, we came to hotel at 2 a.m. Of course, it's not like a regular regime. Also, it's very known how Dingley ran, world champion, was traveling alone to some events because it was not easy for him to get a trainer with him, also because of COVID and all those problems. Also arriving to some super important tournaments at the last moment, candidates and so on. So they are really struggling. Also in some online event, they need to, because of time difference, they need to play late at night and so on. That's why I said I'm very impressed how they're handling today's round. This looks like a game over. Actually, C5, the move we were just showing, right?
Yeah.
Now 96 was like a winning move, but probably something else also win maybe even knight b5 or rook to e2 or something. It looks really bad.
Looking quite tempting here for white, and white is thinking. Myself, honestly, I don't know much of these players that are playing in the Team China, so maybe for our viewers also will be very interesting to go through a little bit about these players. So right now with white pieces, we do have women international master Ning Kai Yu. This is one of my best Chinese pronunciation.
Yeah, I think
tried.
you're doing great, Keti. Yeah.
Thank you. She's only 18 years old, and her best rating was in February this year, where she had 2387, very close to have 2400. But she lost this rating recently in Spain. So it means that they were a lot of Chinese players were here. Actually, was playing in Europe this summer.
Yeah. Okay. This is
very
also
nice.
typical. Yeah. In Europe in summer there are so many open tournaments. You could just play one tournament by tournament. I remember that I was playing in Spain, or how they say in Catalan.
Catalan
Yeah, I
circuit
was
tournaments,
playing this circuit. You could play like a few tournaments, just one by one, and this is sometimes useful for players who are not having in their own countries so many international events. So this is the way how many Latin American players were playing, getting scoring norms and so on.
Right. We're gonna keep the eye for sure of this match because this is, I think, one of the most interesting match in the Pool B. But if we go back in the match of India versus France, last board 4, something very nice just happened, and we don't want to miss this. Knight jumping from c6 to d4.
Okay, let me see.
This is nice.
A few moves before c3. Okay, possible move, but a bit strange. I'm trying to recall. Actually, maybe this was all played. Now I'm trying to recall. Maybe, yeah. This was played, but with a different move order. Now I'm recalling. Actually, I think maybe no. You know what's sometimes funny, Keti? I'm commenting to one game, one opening, and then I said, oh, "This is very interesting line." A little bit new for me and so on, and then I check a database and I played it.
No!
Yeah, no, this can have in some rapid or so. So these days it's really impossible to know everything.
Memorize all the games.
Yeah. So I'm not like Chucky is doing. Even Chucky can remember everything. Yeah. This now looks very familiar. C3 doesn't look great to me. So this bishop A3, maybe even knight C3. Immediately, but here the concept was if takes, then suddenly the game is over. First of all, when you start analyzing the situation, guys, always the first question should be which threat is your opponent having. In this point, black is having an obvious threat to take the bishop on b5, so either I move my bishop or exchange on d4. these are the options. This looks scary because if you take pawn takes and suddenly this bishop on a3 is a monster, and when it enters the game, it will be very tough for white to cover all those dark squares. So maybe this bishop d4 is too dangerous. So what that leaves us to maybe some bishop moves. Let's say bishop d3, yeah. So it was played. Now black is deciding about some tactics. I'm trying to calculate to find maybe one way how to move on. Okay, actually white doesn't have a threat because taking the pawn always drops the queen. So maybe bringing the queen with queen a5 might be an option, or queen somewhere to c8. This is something black will play, probably queen c8 is more to the point. Okay, still unclear position.
Very interesting.
Which pieces you would prefer?
I would choose black pieces here because I like how active black pieces are, and somehow I believe that in this time control it's more useful to attack.
Although 20 minutes, if you start bluffing, it's really enough for your opponent in a few moves to get over the problems. So you need to be careful, I think. This risk management, I think here is very, very important.
Right. Shall we go back to the Team Poland versus China? Because
let's do it.
If one result ends in favor of China, then Team Poland might
we can go through the games briefly. Basically, I would maybe suggest that we make like a brief look.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's say pool by pool, maybe. Let's say start with one. This match, it looks better for white. Probably black engine will know how to handle this position, but I would prefer white. Although Olivia, she's a great player. Her performance during European Individual Championship in Montenegro in March was really great. Also Olympiad in India, fantastic achievement, 9 victories in a row. So yeah, she's great player. She knows how to handle complicated positions, but to me it seems that it's a bit easier to play with white, although I don't see where white will break through at the moment. I would give a plus for a white. I don't know if you agree.
Slightly
Okay.
pleasant position.
Let's move on.
Go second.
This one looks better for white. Better for white, probably. It should be holdable, I guess. But again, one pleasant pleasant position this time for Sochko Monica, former European champion, very strong player, very skillful, great technique. So she knows how to win slightly better positions.
Yeah, that's right. And she has been many times Polish national champion as well, if I'm not mistaken. 6 times or maybe even 8 times, and she loves to play chess. She enjoys to play
Sochko
chess.
family is known. Bartosz Sochko, great player as well, 2650 and some point, also great coach. So yeah, Poland, it's a great country in terms of chess heritage, and also the way how they are doing. Federation organizing a lot of things. Secretary General from FIDE, Lukasz Turlej, he's a big force now also for Polish chess. So they have,
yes. Living in Poland, I can say that chess is a very prestigious sport here to be supported and to be played. And we have sometimes events when thousands of kids are playing competitions, which means that generation and generation will come here. And for sure, Monica, together with Duda, is the role models of the young players. What about the next board? Maybe board 3.
So
we have
here
checked it out.
I would say that white is better in the first board, but Monica is also better on the second board to make it level. Let's see. Third board. This seems that it seems winning for white, but just let's briefly check what has happened here. So bishop d6 was played. It looks just winning rook e2. Nice move. Suddenly the queen is off. Black is counting on compensation with two bishops and okay, bishop and a rook for a queen, but with some precise play, it shouldn't be enough. It looks a bit scary with two centralized bishops, but with some like nice moves. White just need to exchange one. Those bishops, pair of bishops, and then queen will just do damage on the dark squares. Looks much better for white. Maybe there were some other options before, even clearer way, but this looks better for white.
It does look very good. Let's check out the last board of this
here,
match.
Poland should search for balance.
Too many pieces on e-file.
Yeah, what has happened there?
Too crowded.
Yeah, here they exchanged some pieces. Okay, this is classical stuff. Slight plus for white. Maybe f4 was too early played, but looks also okay. Keti. This situation is very complicated. It seems that white is having some initiative.
Right.
Material is the same. But long term, if black manages to exchange dark square bishops or get some activity, I would take black. So here, white needs to be very careful how to deal with the next moves, because if initiative evaporates, then black long-term better the pawn structure will start to tell.
Right. I was just imagining this position, which pieces should be traded here. If black managed to trade dark square bishops safely, the knight on e6 versus the bishop on f3, this is great position in the endgame, and black can try to outplay easily. However, now bishop c5 is a move. It forces white to trade the bishops, but rook g1 is a tricky move. It also eyes the king on g5, and somewhere maybe bishop h5 is the idea that white
Yeah,
played.
bishop h5, but I see this only as a short-term threat, because black can move the king. Maybe even black can ignore, because some bishop c5.
Is there a knight f4 move after bishop h5? Bishop c5, bishop h5, and knight f4.
But then takes, and then the other rook is arriving on g1, and
the bishop is
the pin is still on. But I was thinking here, if you take on h5, do I have some other ways of putting pressure? Probably not. But even this position, let's say that I take, you take, and I start doubling my rooks and start collecting this e5.
Right.
Even this position, I would consider as a better for a black. Let's say that I just move my rook on e8 and then start to play some knight g7 and attack that one, or knight c5, knight d7. Okay, maybe this is unnecessary, but I was just trying to show. So even black blunders a pawn, but manages to exchange the dark square bishops. Still, black would be enjoying a normal position, nice position. What can we conclude? Here I would take black. That one looks like winning. Tough situation for Poland. Tough situation, but guys, as we have said, here even if you lose one match, even maybe two, there are chances. You need to go. You need to come at the last four to move on to the KO stage, which is okay, still always reachable, even if you lose one match or even two. Yeah. So
if you lose one match, then you have to come back. You have to have this power to come back. There is a match that we haven't covered. It's so difficult to cover all the matches. But in Pool A, we have Ukraine playing against Georgia, and these two teams are always in top 3.
Yeah,
we can take a look at that.
Let's check. So we have first board, Alojzije, former world champion, right? Playing against Bela Tsatsalashvili, very strong, experienced player. We see opposite card bishops. Always margin, draw margin is quite high, but here obviously white is slightly better. Maybe not much. Maybe still. Yeah, I would take white here, but maybe it's not much. Maybe it's still equal.
Right.
Yeah, because I think the initiative of white is very high. Although white
On the king side, you think that
and
might
also
be
this
some...
this a7 pawn defense will be disturbing. Long term, there is, if the pawn was on g7, it will be much easier. But with this fianchetto weakness, I would take white, but maybe it's still very close to a draw. So we can move on. Let's see the.
Let's do the same thing here and go very quickly to the matches.
So this board, I would say that this game, it's maybe the most interesting in terms of fighting spirit. Natalia is very big fighter. Also Mary, they played a lot of games, so I know the style, fighting till the end. So I'm not surprised that they are having some kind of very sharp position. And Keti, it's not easy for me to say who is better on this board. I would prefer white, but also one move can change the complete assessment. It looks better for white, unless I'm missing something.
Another very important thing is that white is also has advantage on the time. 24 minutes for Team Georgia here, 5 minutes for Team Ukraine in this particular game. This might be somewhere problematic for Natalia Buska. Let's take a look on the board 3 because at the point for the last
here
move,
I could usually I would say before the match when we were following during European Individual Women Championship, I was commentating. Let's go to Ina's game. She is for sure in type trouble. Because she loves to.
She's known for time
she's an
trouble.
addict. She's an addict, Grishchuk style. She loves to come into the time trouble, and then she plays very well. But here, okay, she's still in some kind of normal time trouble for her.
It's still normal on time, but on
5
position
minutes,
it's not so good. Because
Yeah.
I was observing this game, latest move that Nino played is rook to e8, such a normal move. You are fighting for the open file, but it gives white huge advantage. And this is the engine move here, but not so hard to find.
Probably something with rook g1 or
rook to g1, attacking on g7. Black has only moved here to play bishop to g6.
And now h4 or something. Yeah, h4, h5 will be played. And I don't see any way for black to survive this one.
Yeah.
This looks horrible.
And if you stop this pawn with h5 and you go with that, now white takes the bishop on g6,
And
queen takes on g6, and you have another rook, and the
Rook
king is
g1.
doing great job to guard this square.
We can maybe just briefly check what went wrong here. Few moves. Okay, this is classical things. Things we know. Bishop g4. This side line they are playing these days. This is unknown. We could briefly take a look, let's say, from this move. So this was Slav defense, exchange variation, okay. this looks better for white, but not so horrible. Okay, slowly she got outplayed. She lost the pawn. Okay. Aha, here she lost the pawn. Yeah, she got outplayed. She got outplayed, pawn down, better position for white. Do we have anything in chat?
We do have the first result that was ended in a draw. This is after playing more than an hour. We do have a draw in the match China against Poland. That was quite peaceful on the first board. And the match that we have not covered fully is Bulgaria and Americas.
Okay,
let's take a look at that.
Let's take a look at that. But in chat, people are writing. Let me know if something we need to comment, guys. You can ask about some particular move or board. We will be happily comment.
Right.
So you mentioned Bulgaria, right?
Bulgaria versus the FIDE Americas.
Yeah, regarding Americas, FIDE, of course, is trying to spread chess around the world, which is important, and I think this is like a huge possibility for them to be part of this this continent, to be part of this World Championship.
Right. Yeah, that's actually very, very interesting. Before we dive into the chess parts, this is a team competition. You need to be friendly with your teammates. You have to have this team spirit. But then it comes FIDE Americas, and all these players are from around the Americas, and they don't play as a team in the team competitions, right? But I have noticed that this is a team who has the most fun. And this is a team that they are most connected in a way because they know each other quite well, and they are enjoying and taking this as an opportunity and a great chance for each of them individually to be part of the Women's World Team Championship. So the first board we have here, Antoaneta Stepanova playing against Teresa Valdez, and Stepanova has very good space advantage.
Yeah, if I could add just that the system is that some teams are here because of average of rating, the best players, and we have these wild cards, which FIDE Americas got it, right? Yeah, so first board, this looks that white has completely outplayed her opponent. It seems that white is much better here, but of course, it's very, this resilience of black, it's very high. It's not easy to break through, and Antoaneta sometimes is burning a lot of time. But here it's not the case. She has everything under control. It will be very tough for black to handle this position, although it might be, I would say, decent or defensible, but against Antoaneta it will be quite hard to fight in this situation. Let's switch to the second board. Daisy, she's playing against Gergana. Looks very good, very solid for black. I don't see some big problems around. This bishop is the main issue for white. It's restricted. This pawn chain is restricting it, so black seems like doing fine. This a5 is a weakness, but I don't see how white will exploit it.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do have the first result in the Team India versus Team France, and the board 2 has been ended. Divya managed to win that endgame, and it was very interesting. Maybe after covering all these games, you can very quickly go there to check out what happened, but this is something what happens lately. Divya is having like normal position, or maybe even sometimes worse position, and then somehow she's turning the tables. Yeah, and that's the sort of skill you need
of
to
course,
have in chess.
Especially in team chess. Sometimes you have players who are really giving a lot in the team events. Some of them are saying, they are lucky. No, this luck you need to provoke with your energy and your way of play. So let's see how Krasteva is doing against Miranda. Looks slightly better for white. Bishop can come to g3, it looks safe enough. Of course, black is counting on this d3 push, but this at the moment it looks like a weakness. After after e5, then bishop, light square bishop of white will be important. It looks to me that this is better for white. And let's check the last board. Okay, this is much more complicated, but also looks better for white. How this position happened? It was this way of London system. They're playing this BC. Okay, yeah, it looks better for white. This match is really tense at the moment.
It is very tense, and no one really knows what's going to happen. We're starting to receive the results right now. Some of the games has been ended also in a decisive result. So I think from this moment now on, we're going to have a lot of time pressure in most of the games, and we might also have some upsets that they are very much welcome indeed, and we want to see
exactly. We are at the turning point of the matches. So let's just spend a little bit more time regarding commentating what has happened, and then we'll see future events.
All right, we have here in the studio one of the participants who managed to win, a member of the team Kazakhstan, Kamalizanova Murat. She won against Wafa Shehenda, and Martin will ask her some questions. So let's take a look.
Yeah, okay, while we're waiting, we could say just that this match is still on, and the other games are very complicated, but of course one decisive result helps. Maybe we can find...
yeah, that's very interesting. To talk about a little bit about this match, it's very interesting situation, as Team Egypt is the team which qualified here from African continent, and they are the strongest in the continent, playing with the women grandmasters in the team. And we do have Team Kazakhstan with a lot of youngsters, a lot of young players here. We're missing in the competition Jansay Abdumalik and Dinara Sadvakasova. However, we have the other chess players who are quite known by winning a lot of youth tournaments. So at the beginning we were mentioning of how this tournament can be a chance for young players to show their best.
Chess is obviously booming. Of course, they are a strong team, even without a few players. We like this combination of some new players as well. So how I see it, that first board, it's completely winning for white.
And the game has just ended. We saw.
Yeah, this is a checkmate. We have first checkmate on the board.
Beautiful.
And then we have like third board, which looks complicated, but still, yeah, it's better for white, probably close to winning. Only this fourth board looks, I would say, a bit better for white. So this position is hard for Kazakhstan team, right?
This might be a bit of challenge here indeed, as white has this beautiful knight on d6. You just dreamed to have the knight on d6, but you also dreamed your opponent to have light square bishop on d7.
Yeah, this is very hard actually to play this position. You're basically trying to wait and see with black, and white has so much time to prepare her attack. So it looks very bad for black, but still it's rapid.
It is rapid, and the games are still on. 2 games down, 2 games to go, and we are ready right now to ask some questions to a second board of Kazakhstan. Martin, you can take over.
Hi, congratulations for winning. Of course, did you expect the opening?
Yes, I did, but I didn't expect e5 move.
All right.
So I played immediately.
All right.
That was a mistake. I just realized it when I played. And
You can
I
show it
just
on the
thought,
board.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Of course, she should take there.
Yeah,
and
so
then-
she
yeah, I
should
just
have
missed
taken on
this
b5,
move, yes.
right? But
Yeah, but she also played queen e8 immediately.
yeah,
I guess that's why I think this one is good for me.
yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Black has a great counterplay here, especially after bishop b4.
Yeah, maybe she should play like one
c3 now,
castle.
right?
Yeah, c3. But okay, I calculated this one, but I'm not sure if I can play this king e2.
Yeah, I believe you can even take on d4, right? Or just castle.
Yeah,
at first.
I wanted to
At
castle.
first castle, I
and
believe. Rook
maybe
d1.
this one.
I believe something like knight d5 can come.
Yeah, knight d5 and f5 maybe, but I'm not sure. I just can't take on e5, and so I have a lot of moves, I guess.
Yeah, e5, I believe knight d5. It's really very nice counterplay for black, I believe. It's more than enough. So let's come back to the game where your opponent played king d1.
Yeah, and I expected this queen c6 move, and I think it's kind of captured there.
Yeah, exactly. And now the queen is trapped because, of course, if white plays queen c7,
I
you
just
have bishop f3
yeah.
check, just discovered check, and you take the queen on c7, and black is winning easily. That's why white played knight to b5, the last chance actually. Yeah, you could have taken, I believe queen e3 was also correct
Yeah,
with
I
the
also
idea of
thought
knight
it was-
e4.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
because
it is-
if
it-
like, yeah, it's simply, if you take here, I can play something like knight e4, I believe. There should be enough. A lot of
Yeah.
pieces are attacking the king, right? After
Yes,
king
of
c2,
course.
of course, you have a check
And knight
and
c5.
knight to c5, whichever you want. So I believe that was enough, but okay.
Yeah, I thought like this is also enough for
Mhm.
me, and to just play there. I don't think there has like some good moves there.
Yeah,
because, like,
exactly. But
think
the problem of white is the king, of course, right?
yeah,
So let's take a look what happened further. Rook d8,
yeah,
king
and
c1,
knight d4.
and knight d4. Yeah, a very it's a brilliant move because you are just taking away the defender, right?
Yes, I also thought about
King
Rook
c2, and yeah. How
I was
about playing
calculating
queen d2 it immediately? Why didn't you play it?
Well, I just found the move knight c5.
All right,
Well,
of
yeah.
course. And now I'm
Knight
bishop
d-
d5, I believe.
Bishop d5.
I was looking at it because now the king is still in the big
Yeah,
troubles.
and then rook b8. Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, always you have rook b8 or knight to c5 check as well. I believe it should be also very good because, as we can see, even though white is exchange up, right, the rook is totally out of play. The king is attacked by 5 pieces. That should be more than enough. But of course, during the game, if you see such a move as knight d to c5, and
Yeah.
you see that you should be winning, it's good to do it, right? Especially in this rapid turn.
Yes.
Of course, white cannot take on d8 because there
Yeah,
is
it
a
is
very
mate,
nice
queen
mate
d2.
into queen d2, king b1, and queen d1 mate,
Yes.
right? As a brilliant thing. So bishop c5 was played and knight c5, and we can see 4 black pieces are attacking there,
Yeah, and I just saw this mate, kinda,
right? Okay.
and king b4. Or knight b4.
Wow, very nice. Yeah, of course, I cannot take because of rook d1, right?
Yes, and you can like defend something.
Yeah, rook c1, queen d3, rook queen c2 is the threat. Brilliant move, knight b4.
think-
It's a pity she didn't play it, right?
Yes.
All
So,
right.
but it is also.
Yeah, bishop e4, bishop d3, and you just took it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
very,
think
very
this is
nice
winning.
game. Of course, you had a little amount
Yes,
of luck at the beginning, right? But still,
Yeah.
then all the
just
thing
played
was
away.
just like in the Najdorf defense, in the Najdorf line of Sicilian defense. So it's really nice. How do you enjoy the tournament?
Yeah, I like everything.
All right, and how about the time control? What is it the first time you played?
No, it is second time. It is good for me because I like play like mid fast,
All right.
and it's kind of middle, rapid and classical, so it's fine for me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, that was very interesting interview, and it's good to know that this time control is so comfortable for the players because I believe that it can be new time for methods we're gonna play more and more tournaments, and we might even replace a lot of classical chess tournaments.
Yeah, but we are all happy to have these games, like Meret just has shown. Always is interested to have these complicated games with nice attacks and mating nets in the end. This is something which rapid usually a little bit it's pushing players to play a little bit more interesting than usual. So for us, of course, it's much interesting to follow. But I see also interesting things in classical chess and blitz. So yeah, let's enjoy chess in every format.
In every format, right. Thank you so much, Martin, for the interview. And we are getting back to the chess part of this commentary. Another draw happened on the second board of China versus Poland.
I would suggest, Keti, that we just briefly go to camera of the playing hall, yeah,
to
just
see
to
how
see
many of them are still on.
Yeah, how is the situation? Are the players are still in some kind of tense fight or yeah? So guys,
we're gonna get that very, very quickly. But the point that I wanted to bring it up was that board 3 on China versus Poland was queen down, and now
yeah, we could.
The game is still not on or off. It's still in progress, and we can still see that happening. So we can take a look at the match China-Poland.
Yeah, China against Poland. Let's see what's going on there. We have first board. Sorry, something is going wrong. Just a sec. So we are there now. We have first board. It's a draw. Second as well, and you are mentioning which one?
The board 3.
Yeah, this is the game we followed. As I mentioned, if White manages to exchange bishops, it should be like a winning. But suddenly she did this with a huge cost.
Yeah, this was huge material advantage, queen versus bishop and the rook, and now we have 2 rooks versus queen. That's a huge change.
Yeah. So she voluntarily sacrificed.
To weaken the king structure.
Yeah, but suddenly... okay. So she's trying to say that her pass pawn will put enough damage to black's position, to black's position, but to me it doesn't seem so. Something is wrong, I think, in White's calculation, because black can handle this position. I think it doesn't feel so precise. But let's check the last board. Last board, yeah, the things are happening. As I mentioned, now it's quite tough for White. Exchange bishops, dark square bishops are off the board, and suddenly this knight is dominating. Maybe White can hold this one, but it's quite unpleasant. Maybe, okay, the tables are turning. First board, I was mentioning that this should be a plus for White, so we were somewhere around, but somehow it steered to a draw very quickly. So White didn't want to take risk, although in slightly better position. Also Sochko Monica, she was doing well. Somehow I'm surprised that this type of position ended in a draw so quickly. So maybe here somewhere she lost the momentum and it was just a draw. Complicated position for China, because if I think for Poland, if they save this one, also on the last board they are worse. So tough situation for the home team.
Oh, that is right. We do have a lot of games where we have already the decisive advantage for one of the sides. So the game that we were looking so much into the analysis was Vantika against Cornate. Diamante, this was in India, France.
Now we got the cameras. Guys, could you give us a little bit more insight what's going on in the playing hall? few more cameras, or maybe one bird eye. Yeah. So what do we see? We see captains probably nervous. You know, usually captains in some kind of classical event, they're sitting, waiting for the critical phase of the game. Here, everything is critical. Every move, every board seems interesting to follow. So yeah, this situation is quite challenging. Also, we do have match arbiters. So the people you see on site, there are match arbiters, there are chief arbiters, some persons connected with fair play measure. This is something we need to mention, that measures are strict and players are checked by the arbiters. So here, I think this is on the top level, right?
That is true. We do have here fair play officers which are taking the players after the game and checking nicely with several equipments that FIDE lately introduced. And also another thing is that no other person is allowed to go in the playing venue. This is only just players, arbiters, captains, and some technical personals here can enter to this room. And also on the other hand, it's quite tough to leave the board when you have minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Let's take a look now.
I see the captain of US, Melikachian. He's strictly following the second board, but now I think he will switch to other boards. So let's check the games. You want to check the US or some particular match?
I was suggesting to go to India versus France.
Okay,
because
let's do it.
Seems like things are getting really spicy here. Vantika managed to get the pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, we might check what has happened after our fantastic move, King E2, which was in this position. Brilliant move, although it costed a lot of time, right? So white has burned, and this rook b1, Keti, the line you were mentioning is an important line, and suddenly all the main moves, except here in this point, queen e7 was the move which you expected as the main line of the engine. This way, white was just dominating. Pawn up. It looks that okay, black managed to get it back, but now this passer securely supported by the A1 rook. It looks to me as a lost position, but maybe there are some chances, because every pawn endgame you will lose. So in this position, let's say that you start running to the pawn to get it, then white will penetrate on the king side. To me, looks like a lost position. So this e7 pawn would be a decoy, and then king will march on the opposite wing. Looks winning to me, although only minute on clock. You still need to be precise a bit.
Yeah, there is the end games that maybe our viewers might mix it up a little bit when it can be a draw. Black can hold the positions even without pawn, but in that case, a rook is very active. In this case, black has very passive rook and is quite limited. If we swipe the rooks, and black has the rook on a1 and white has the rook on a8, that can be a draw. But in this case, black's rook will run out from the moves, which will be very crucial for white. And what you just mentioned, that's the winning plan.
Activity is very important in rook's endgames. Usually they say that they do tend to be a draw, but in this scenario, I think white has achieved winning position. It looks to me that black will lose this one, which would say that in this scenario, second board
has ended already.
Yes, Savina has lost the game. This complicated. What was? I'm trying to recall.
With the bishop h6 and bishop on h3, there was.
No. This is a different. Something is wrong here. Yeah, we have.
So we got the updates that some of the games were just mixed up. So this game, we have not actually seen it.
Yeah, it was not correct. Since of these knights are actually are helping black, because with the queen and knight, black will be maybe ready to organize some counter attack on the white's king. Without knights, white will just slowly improve his position of rook. So I would say that here this helps black, that this knight will disturb white's position. So I would say that black is doing good here, and we can check the last board. This looks like a typical, you will end in my book, position where black is suffering, white is controlling, dominating, making first getting one weakness, focusing on that weakness, and then searching for second weakness. You know the guys that rule those principles we get, that you cannot win but by pushing your whole concept and energy on one weakness. You need to find other weakness. But okay, this can be questionable. The point is that when your opponent is stuck and is she or he must defend a weak pawn, then it's not so flexible in moving on the other side of the board, why you have much easier way to do so. So this is the point actually, how you start moving away the action on the other side. Looks to me as a loss, but this pawn takes e5 is a bit strange. Probably she calculated till the end. Maybe it was not necessary, because move ago it seems that, so here that I'm moving on with my pressure.
Right.
Here, okay, changing.
Probably she wanted to open up the file to go after
but
the
this
king.
king g7 was
Nice
a good
move.
move. And okay, white still can play something like this, prepare this h6 pawn, which will do a big damage for a king safety of black. So it seems to me that white is just doing good. So players, we might choose some board, I think, which is the most complicated one, with severe time trouble, and then stick to it a bit, because it's not easy to switch from one to other.
Yeah, that's a very good idea, but the problem is that there is so many games that we can stack right now.
Give us some suggestion. Which one would you like to cover a little bit more?
We can take a look, maybe Georgia, Ukraine, on the board
you're reading
3.
my mind, This looks a little bit better for white, but still very drawish. Alojzije, Natalia, this looks very complicated. White looks in driving seat, but okay, still there is something to play on. Okay, there are a lot. They're burning a lot of time.
But the board 3 is something that we did not see coming. Seems like Nino here survived
brilliantly. What has happened there? Oh, this is like a strange outcome. So
everything happened as we suggested here, h4.
Here maybe some preparatory move should have been played. Maybe this h5 was...
It allows queen e2 to happen.
Yeah. Here probably Angie would play some preparatory
Rook e1
move.
maybe.
Rook
Or then
e1,
queen c5.
king g3, even just first to move the king, to hide the king to h3. This can be also an option. This would be like a computer way of handling this position. Oh, maybe she calculated.
Ooh.
She calculated and maybe made the wrong calculation, because now this looks... So I think for this at this point, this... So I would make like king g3 preparatory move. So I think she calculated till this point, and then maybe thinking that, okay, here rook d5 is also good enough. So probably here she thought that
I would easily miss queen e1 move here from black.
So completely turning the tables, which means that here black is having everything under control, and this h pawn is a serious asset now. And I don't see how.
And what is really good here for black is that there's no any single check so far. Black's king is quite safe. Meanwhile, white's king is out
Yeah.
there. There are so many checks besides this pawn on h5 can go all the way to h3 very easily, and then even maybe on h2.
Yeah, okay, still there are some technical problems how to come out from the 7th rank, how to bring your rook from f7. Very complicated, but this might be a game to
How
follow a
about-
bit more.
How about h3, give a check, king h2, and then rook to f3 to get the f pawn.
Okay, that's an option, but bishop e5 would defend it. Then you need to think, will you bring your rook to d7? We can show this, but she's just
Bishop f5,
yeah,
stopping the
she's
pawn.
just yeah, she's taking this careful way of handling the position, because on queen c4, black can play like rook d7 or move the rook.
And the game of Alojzije against Puska has ended. Alojzije won that game, which means that Georgia is taking a 1-point lead against Ukraine here, and we do have very sharp game.
Yeah, this is
On
an
the board
important
three.
step, but it's possible that those teams meet in final. Even if you win against direct encounter with this system, you can play against that team again in the final. So this doesn't mean much, but it seems that Georgia is controlling the situation, starting the tournament in a much better way.
That's true. On the fourth board, Lela has extra pawn in the end game, and very likely she will win the game as well against
this
Rahmangolova.
game is not so interesting to follow. Then everything will be decided in this game. Huge upset for white, completely winning position, having everything under control, and suddenly you can be the person losing the game and the match.
Yeah, that's right. So all the eyes to this game. 28 seconds for white, 1 minute for black. They are playing very fast.
Yeah, but also in team competition, it's very important to emphasize that sometimes, Keti, you are playing for the team. You think that you need to take some kind of risk because of bad position of your player, and then you do so, and suddenly your players come out, by a miracle out of the problem, and because of your risk taking, suddenly you are the one who is losing position, and you risk only to save your team. So it's not easy to evaluate the situation on the boards. Do you need to risk what's going on? Because of course in team match, in this situation you would say that your player is losing, completely lost with black, and suddenly that game will be a win for your team. And
I
if you're
agree.
following that, you might think, it's my turn to take a risk because we are in really tough position on this board, and I need to cover it somehow.
Yeah, no one likes that one person who wants to shine on the board and risks so much for
Yeah.
the team. Indeed, but this team, this lineup of Georgia, together with Nana as well, who is not here at this tournament, they have played so many tournaments and they know exactly how to
So
hold it.
king g8 played. I see some disturbing points still in position, but yeah, it should be won for white, for black. I don't think that this c7 pawn was of any importance.
Right, how about
Yeah.
rook to g2, king goes on h1, and then bishop to
Bishop
e4.
e4. Yeah, this
hold
is
this
this is
diagonal.
what you want to do. Yeah, yeah.
Oh wait, queen c4 then.
Winning for white.
Oh no, queen bishop
Yeah.
e4. It's such a natural
this
move.
would be a huge blunder because this just loses on spot because
Okay.
of double attack. Yeah.
And don't do rook to e2 here to secure e4 square because queen g7 is a checkmate. What Nino played? What she played?
Yeah. Okay, this rook from f8 should be included. Again, maybe king h7 or something. But still there are some issues.
There are indeed Several issues
Rook
here in the black's
f7
position.
looks to the point. You want to bring this bishop to b7 later. When
And
it
how
comes
are
to
we
a4.
escaping queen d7, queen d8, queen h4 checks?
King g6, maybe this is the
Ooh,
concept that she
nice.
comes out to g6 after those two checks.
That's a
This is
brilliant square
maybe-
for the
yeah.
king. There is no check. It's
yeah,
safer
yeah,
there.
Yeah, this is the way. What she's trying to do. Queen d5 will be played now. I expect this move. Okay, she gave check and came back. And now on bishop e4, how is she defending? Okay, she will attack the bishop. This is the concept. After bishop e4, she will play queen d4.
All right.
But then you can play bishop b7. So I don't
yeah,
get
that's
it.
a safe square for the bishop.
Yeah.
And then all you need is to find a precise discovery check with the rook.
Yeah, but now we are in this super fast blitz mode. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I was surprised to see Nino playing the first game as she arrived yesterday very late after playing in India, and then before that to play in Düsseldorf. But yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to play game. You have to go anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Life of chess pros. It's always good that there are many events. Yeah.
To have a chance to
Yes,
compete
exactly.
and
Even if
play.
you are doing bad in some event, then you know that it's possible to recover
Ooh.
soon.
She took the queen. She has. We always have this extra queen on the side, but she wants to take it on her opponent's side. That's such a
this is
automatic
great.
move.
Is this a great tactics?
Oh, nice.
Okay, bishop f6.
Rook d2.
Bishop d. Bishop rook d2. Yeah.
It's check from e4.
Yeah. Nice tactics. Okay, that's it. Queen goes, another queen, and over. But
That
she
can
might
be-
play even something else. But of course, no. Rook down. Tough game to handle. If you were white, because of this, but also fighting spirit from Nino. Yeah.
Yeah, she is a fighter. The game has ended. So the match, the last game is in progress, but it will not change much the fact that white has, Georgia has already 2.5 points, and Ukraine so far has half a point, but the last board we have to mention that Lela has
And what
huge
is important, Keti, that okay, some of the teams have like many players, 6 players were allowed, but sometimes you need to play another game immediately. If in one day you're playing 2 games, you lost tragically, and okay, new game, new round.
New game to start. We can see already the playing venue is almost empty. We have few games still in progress, and we do have several results. Team Kazakhstan won the match against Egypt convincingly, 3-1, and we do have Team India winning the match already before the last
Let's switch
game
to
ending.
one game. Which match you suggest before we have another commentary?
I would very quickly suggest a game USA and Germany, because this is the match which all the games are still on.
Okay, let's just briefly check it before we have another commentated game.
Although I think we have only one game in progress.
Elizabeth Petz is playing, right?
Elizabeth Patz is playing, and we do have the Rook Endgame, which is... We need some time here.
Yeah,
over
but
here.
it will be a draw. She will abandon at one point. She will abandon a pawn, realizing that she doesn't need to defend it. It's better that she plays like a normal 1 against 2 endgame without passive rook. Yeah. Okay, so
Okay, we have right now another player in our studio with Marcin Tasbir, and let's take a look at that.
Hi once more, Aral Vantika. You won your game against Dimante Daulite Kalnet. And were you expecting the opening?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the opening, but I forgot my preparation and then I started thinking.
All right, so where did you finish your prep?
Yeah, so I knew till queen f4, knight c6.
All right, so let's
Yeah.
keep it to that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
okay.
here I was not sure if it's knight e5, I have to play knight e5 or knight d2, so I started thinking and more or less I was playing on my own.
All right, so you have chosen knight b to d2, and here we're talking about that position, and it took you a lot of time actually to play king e2, right?
Yeah.
What are the moves did you calculate?
Yeah, I was considering knight e4, but
Okay, you can move it, of course.
yeah, knight e4, and
Okay.
here even I was not sure about something like this. Queen e2,
Knight
knight
f6,
f6,
okay.
queen c4, and yeah, my king is still in the center, so I was not sure.
Yeah, and the
about
rook
this.
is out of play, totally right. The other way, of course, here I believe would be to play queen c1 at first,
Yeah, even
and
this.
queen c4, and then take on a2. I believe it should be the same actually, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it took you a lot of time to play king e2, but it seems very, very logical. Okay, what happened there? Knight to d7, queen e3. She took a pawn, rook h to b1. I believe now you can be satisfied if you're, with your position, especially with the bishop on c8, right? Playing against it. Yeah, knight d6.
Yeah, I thought at least I'm very safe now.
Yeah, for sure. In the endgame, the king stands on e2, really, really massive. And here I believe it was a mistake of your opponent just to go to that
Yeah.
endgame, right?
Yeah,
It's
for
just
sure.
losing. I believe king f8 instead would be better, just to try to hold it. Of course,
Yeah.
white has an advantage, but still that endgame should be won to white. And I was thinking that you can just push it and then go with the king, right?
Yeah, if she would have played king e7, I would have gone for e7 and then rook 8, king d3, king c4.
Yeah,
But here-
exactly.
Yeah, and here I thought like this is even much better.
All right, this is maybe it is easier just to
Yeah.
go with the king, right?
Yeah.
So what did you prepare after king c7?
I thought I'll give rook c1 check.
And I don't have a good square, right?
Yeah.
King, okay, maybe king b8. It looks
Yeah.
really.
And then king b6.
Yeah, exactly. And I cannot do anything after rook a7. You have
Yeah,
rook
rook
d1, of
d1.
course, right? And I'm just losing here after rook c7. Yeah. So it is the second possibility to win that position. Quite very convincing. What are the plan of your team for that whole competition? What are your plans for? Sorry. What are your plans for the team? Sorry. Small technical problems. Okay, what are the plan of your team for the whole competition? Do you want really to win it, or?
Yeah, for sure. We want to give our best and we want to win it.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe you are on a good way to do it. So I congratulate you once more. It was really very, very interesting game, and we are going back to the studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Martin, as Sventika rocketed in on the chessboard. Martin rocketed in the studio to help Sventika to fix her microphone. That was indeed a very, very interesting
Yeah, and
game.
this king e2, we were actually, this is the key moment of the day's game, and actually we were all eager to see it on the board, and I'm happy that it happened. In the end, actually, a very complicated game, and also brave try from her opponent, right?
Yeah, that's right. So we do have, I think all the games has been already finished. So we can take a look what just happened. If we have some upsets in the matches, we can start with first match, Bulgaria versus FIDE Americas. This ended 2-2. Would you consider this an upset, or
let's
it's
just
like?
recheck. So I was expecting that Krasteva Beloslava will get some advantage, let's say in this point, maybe a little bit more, but somehow it went so here. Yeah, okay. So this is a key move. The move I haven't spotted immediately. So the move which secured draw for her opponent. You see, sometimes. There are some key points. If you miss it, your position is beyond repair. Knight a5. I like this a lot. This was, I would say, a game changer of the position, because suddenly from slightly worse position, very enjoyable for white, you find a resource. You play unvisible move move which is not so obvious, and suddenly you are getting to opposite square opposite colored bishop, and your position is very decent. So this is this was a key point in that game. In the last board, actually, for me, it's a surprise that Radeva in this position, it was some kind of a little bit unpleasant position, maybe here in this stage. Maybe this DC5 doesn't feel right, but so Radeva just exploited very convincingly, and in the end, has won the game. This looks a bit strange. Ooh. Rook b7. Am I missing something? The only problem for white that she cannot include her bishop. Of course, now bishop h3 would be a killer, but with this pin, she's attacking only with the queen and the rook. It looks scary. It looks scary, but somehow she make it. Unbelievable, King March. This is also key moment of the day.
And this king survived.
Yes, so last few moves, how many moves? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then with the check, 6, 7 moves. Brilliant. Bravo. Bravo, Vicky. Good job.
Yeah, that was very nice indeed. Oh, there was more moves with the king.
Unbelievable. Looks scary, looks bad, but somehow she pulled a miracle.
Amazing. This is such a beautiful game, and the king, like when you see this game, you can never imagine the king castled on the long side and then traveled all around the board.
Now it looks. Is it lost? No, maybe it's not. What a game! Time travel. Pity that we missed. We cannot follow all the games. This one I would love to follow live. It's not easy, guys. Write us in chat which game is your key game or the game you would like to follow, because it's not possible for us to follow all the games.
No, we cannot.
Yeah.
One very interesting thing.
The time ran out. No?
Really?
Or what happened here? Because it's not the moment to resign. I don't believe that.
There is one chance that time run out, or we don't receive the full game.
This will be very interesting. We might make some kind of investigation, so we will update you at the second round.
All right, so this is the plan right now. The round has been ended. First round. We're gonna take the break now, and the second round will start at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. local time, which is like in 1 hour. But before that, we have the job to do here. We're not going anywhere, guys. Let's now take a look at the first round results. If you have some updates or everything went normally in the pool A, we do have India and France 2-2 sharing the score. Then we do have Kazakhstan 3-1 against Egypt, and Georgia actually dominated.
This is a very strange result in the end, from that positions to only score half a point. Yeah, so everything went bad for Ukraine.
Right. There is one thing that we need to maybe correct. Team India, I believe, won against France. We're gonna take a look closer.
Yeah,
look
we
to
can
the,
check the
to the
games. I think this is the easy way. So let's go to India. India first board. We know that it ended up in a win for an Indian player, right? Savina she lost. We know this from before, right?
Right.
Then we have third board, which was drawn, and the second one, and the fourth board as well. So that would bring us to 3-1, right?
3-1.
Yeah.
That's right. So let's bring once again the results back and take a look what happened in the pool B, where we had team China alongside with USA, Germany, Poland, FIDE Americas, and Bulgaria. Here we have Bulgaria and FIDE Americas 2-2.
This is also Ukraine, Georgia. Is this correct result?
Yeah, that's the correct result.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the correct result.
Yeah.
Something not very common to see from Team Ukraine, but that's the
Yeah.
correct. Team USA won against Germany. This might be the upset, as Team USA comes here with very young players and some of the new players in the team. And we do have Poland, the host country, losing against China. So we do have a little bit upset
Yeah,
here.
this pool B looks a little bit more even, right? With the result, but of course, first round doesn't say much. Yeah.
All right, guys. So the first round down, we're going to take a second round at 6 p.m. local time, which means in 1 hour. But before that, don't go anywhere because we're not ending this stream. Now you're going to see the interviews of the players and the captains of the teams. And later on, we'll come back early before the start of the second round, and we will take a look at some of the key points of the games that we have not commentated. So, and please drop us some suggestions in the comments, the games that you think that we should take a look at. So don't go anywhere, stay with us.
Yeah, see you soon.
Here we have the captain of Team Egypt. Welcome in Poland. Please tell us how the team is feeling to be part of the World Championship.
Yeah, by the way, I am team captain, plus I'm president of Egyptian Chess Federation also, 10 years ago. We are doing good work in Egypt. We have now a women team participating in 4th time in World Team Championship. It is a good honor to Egypt to participate with among the best 12 nations in chess all over the world. This is good for us. And every year, every time we are trying to improve our results. We have four women grandmasters in Egypt. They are coming here already be playing in this tournament. We have 6 men grandmasters. We are hosting World Cadet next month for the first time in Egypt. So we have a chess and school program with more than 3,000 kids already learning the chess, and about 400 talented players are playing now in African youth.
Wow, that's amazing. And also, Team Egypt is the team that is winning the African continental championship with this team that you have here.
Last edition of African Games, there were 5 gold medals. Egypt won the 5 gold medals.
Wow, that's
we never skip 1 gold. We always keep all gold for Egypt. We are champion of Egypt, men and women, and also youth. The last African youth, last year, we won 13 medals, including 9 gold, 2 silver, and 2 bronze. So Egypt is doing very good.
And also Egypt has these 2 amazing grandmasters that the worldwide everybody knows. Amin and also Ahmed.
Ahmed Ali.
What's the reason that chess is booming right now in Egypt? Are those the players? Is it maybe the pandemic that helped to boost the chess? What do you believe?
Look, chess is all the game in ancient Egypt, pharaonic area. Since Tutankhamun, Queen Nefertiti, and Queen Nefertari, they found they are playing a game like chess on all the temples in south of Egypt. So we are challenging India, that Egypt is the origin of chess, not India. But we respect also India. But Egypt, there is good belief to think that chess or a board game like chess was already in Egypt 4,000 years ago. So that's why Egypt chess is popular in Egypt. It's a family game. And every weekend, all families in Egypt play together, the father with kids. So that's why they're familiar. We have done 500,000 players in Egypt, including 20,000 FIDE rated players.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
6 grandmasters, 4 women grandmasters. So we have good records in chess in Egypt.
That's amazing, and looking forward to see more and more events in Egypt indeed. Please tell us here, what is the goal for Team Egypt, what they want to achieve, and who they believe is the toughest competitor here at their pool?
You know, we are playing against the most 11 plus Egypt, 11 strongest country women team champion. So we are fighting. We do our best to get advanced, not to be the last, but at least to be among the first 10 or first 8. This is our goal, to be among the first 8 teams.
Right. That is something that we wish...
challenging, yeah, of course.
Very challenging, and
Yeah,
also wish best of the luck, and we're going to keep the eyes
Yeah.
on Team Egypt indeed,
Yeah.
because people likes to support the players who are lower rated and are very talented, and we believe that these girls who are playing here, they are truly talented. One last question: if you give it try to pronounce the name of the city that this tournament is happening, we are asking this question to every foreigner.
I just arrived. I try to learn it.
Maybe I have to ask tomorrow.
Yeah, man, tomorrow I will pronounce better.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
Yeah.
we count it.
acceptable, acceptable. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Have a good time here in Poland, and best of the luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here we have Jennifer from Americas. This is the team which has a lot of players from a lot of countries. Hello and welcome in Poland. Can you please tell us the names of the players and the countries that your team has?
Okay, Keti. Well, my team is so variado. We have Jerry Del Miranda from Cuba, Lisandro Ordaz from Cuba, Daisy Cori from Peru, Valentina Argote from Colombia, and I am from Cuba, Paraguay, and Ecuador, Jennifer Perez.
Wow, that's a lot of countries.
Yes, our captain. Sorry, Maria José is for Argentina. Y our glorious captain, Claudia Mura from Argentina.
Wow, this is amazing because you guys are from the different countries, but
Yeah.
I think your team is the most connected. Can you please tell us what is the daily routine, how you're spending the days together, how you're preparing for the tournaments, and how you're supporting each other?
Okay, we know so time ago from many competence, and we spend a lot of time together in competition and travel. Today we are going to buy some clothes because some of the team lost the baggage, and
Oh no.
that things happens. But in general, we are so close to each other, and we are so glad to be here. It's a great tournament, and we do fight every round.
Right. Who do you believe and your teammates believe is the strongest and the toughest competitor in this tournament?
About pools or
Yes,
our
yes.
pools?
In your pool.
I think USA, United States, India, maybe. Yes, aunque all teams are so very strong, but Team America is the best.
Woo, guys, now we need noise. Probably you had very long trip. If you can tell us a little bit about the trip, how many hours each of you has spent?
Too many hours. I came from Ecuador. I live in Ecuador. But we spent some time in Madrid with Daisy. We know a lot of Madrid. I love the city. All my teammates travel a lot from Cuba, from Colombia, from Argentina. Pues, it's a very, very long time, but we have the most beautiful energy. And tomorrow we are going to fight with all our heart.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Have you... Can you please tell me the name of the city that we are in? This is very challenging for all the foreigners.
Wait, can you repeat the question, please? The name of the city?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Oof. It's a tricky question. Bitgossen.
We approve?
Yeah. We approve.
Thank you so much, and best of the luck.
Thank you, Katie.
have Team France with us. Mitra, you are playing for the first time with the Team France. Please tell us what is the feeling right now that you are feeling to play for the first time at this competition, at the World Team Championship.
Okay. As you said, it's my first time that I'm participating in an official tournament with the Team of France. I'm very honored and I'm very happy. And the organizing venue and everything looks very good for the moment, and I wish that we get good results.
Who do you think is the strongest opponent in the pool that France plays?
Actually, I think all the opponents looks strong. But I think the team of USA or maybe India, yeah, yes, they are very strong, yes.
Right, you are just coming right now, just a few days ago, the French Championship has ended and you won that competition. So please tell us, how do you feel at the moment? Is this the moment when you feel like I want to play more tournaments and win? And how your team feels also about to win this tournament, or what's the goal? What's the best result for France?
Okay, yes, it was my first. It was my first time that I was playing in the French Championship as well, and I was very happy that I could win the tournament that I participated for the first time. It was great, and yes, it gave me more motivation and source of energy to continue more, because it has been like 2 or 3 years that I wasn't playing actively. So I was very happy, and I got a lot of motivation to continue. And the federation also, they are very supportive, and I'm happy that I represent France.
Right, here we are in a beautiful city in Poland, but the name is quite complicated for foreigners. Can you please pronounce for us?
Actually, I guess it's Bydgoszcz. Yes, Bydgoszcz. Yeah, finally I learned it. Yeah.
Have you had some chance to walk around with your team and see a little bit of the city?
Yes, today in the afternoon we walked a bit, and it seems a very nice city. Unfortunately, we didn't have much time to visit more, but I think in few days we'll have occasion to walk and visit the city. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much. Best of the luck. We do have Team Germany here with us. Jana, one of the players of the Team Germany. Your team is one of the toughest in the pool. Can you please tell us what is the final goal? What Team Germany wants to achieve at this tournament?
Yeah, sure. I think we have maybe the strongest team we ever had from Germany at this tournament. We already played the World Championship 2 years ago, and we finished in 5th place in our group, very unfortunate. This time we definitely want to achieve the quarterfinals and hopefully a lot more.
Right. Was there any kind of preparation before this tournament for your team? Do you had some trainings maybe some meetings, or to come up with some strategies, or you just want to make it very casual and just let it play?
Yeah, we had a lot of training this year, not only before this championship, but also for the next European Championship with our squad. And well, we hope we can bring this to the boards.
Right. Who do you believe, and your team mates believe, is the strongest opponent in the pool that you are starting at the beginning?
I think it's very difficult to say, because all of the teams are very strong and have very good players with them. I think every match will be very tough.
And what about the time control? Because this is some sort of new time control that is introduced to chess world. It's between classical and the rapid chess. How comfortable would you feel to have this 45 minutes plus 10 seconds increment?
It's a very unusual time control. I already played it 2 years ago, and also we did some training games with our team.
All right. Best of the luck.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot about the beach gosh. Yeah, so sorry. Okay. So we're asking every player, foreigner player, to pronounce the name of the city that the tournament is happening. Can you please give a try for us?
Okay, I already tried sometimes. So BYDGO.
Wait, I don't know if that's true because I
S-
myself don't know how to
okay.
spell it.
SZCZ.
Good. Together.
A bit gosh.
Approved.
Okay, I hope I did well.
When you try to spell it, I have no idea myself.
Yeah.
I was like,
I tried it actually today because I already have it in my autofill from a mobile phone. I was like, okay, I should at least try to write it.
memorize it. All right, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you.
We do have here the captain of Team India. Hello and welcome in Poland. Please tell us a little bit about Team India, the players, how are they ready for this competition?
First of all, thank you. I'm glad to be here. So we have a good team, a mix of young and very experienced. I wouldn't call them old because after going to the room, I know what will they say. So I'll just say experienced players we have here, and all the players are in very good mindset, and they have been playing regularly for the past few months. So yeah, it's a very good atmosphere in the team management back in the room.
Right. Team India is one of the teams that had really long travel and the
Yeah.
trip to reach Poland.
Yeah.
How girls are? I see you. I see you. You had quite an experience. And then, what is the way that the girls are going to recover that and come on the boards tomorrow and fight?
Yeah, actually, we had almost more than nearly 24 hours of travel right from home till we landed here, and then immigration and all these things. It took lots of time. But okay, to recover, just good night's sleep. And tomorrow, my first job after getting up is to find some good Indian restaurants nearby. Make sure my players have proper food because that's something my players always crave for, some good and healthy food. So I'll just have a look what all restaurants are nearby, and food wise and health wise, it's my job to make them feel sound and great. So that's my first job, and yeah, players of course they look forward for this mega event tomorrow.
Right. Is the food element to have this Indian food and to have this spirit that you feel that you're at home is
Right.
one of the strength of Team India, because
Right.
I know all the Indian chess players, they are always looking for Indian food
Right.
at
Yeah.
all the tournaments because they are feeling at home.
Right, definitely, because let it come to even spicy food or something salty food, all these things, we always, we feel like home. So we wanted to feel that way. So wherever we go, first thing we do is internet. Number two, we just Google what are the best Indian restaurants nearby, and then just order all the Indian foods. So it's a good business for whichever Indian restaurants are there throughout the world. We are always there to keep ordering foods always.
Right. What happens if there is no Indian restaurant around? Is the team captain ready to cook some Indian food?
Definitely, but the drawback is I don't know what will happen to them if I cook. So I hope that situation doesn't happen. At least for here, I'm sure that there are many Indian restaurants. So worst case, I can just give them boil hot water and give, but nothing more than that. I want to care for them for their health wise. So I'll find restaurants nearby.
Right. Team India has very, very strong lineup, and I believe a lot of other teams are saying that Team India is their competitor. So here we have Harika and we have also Divya. They are coming from Tsatsalashvili, India. Divya, in fact, won the rapid competition. She's in a great form, I believe, and whole team might count on her. It was also in rapid competition, and also Harika played the same event.
Right. And also Savitashri and Divya, they also not Savitashri and Vantika, even they had played there. So as I said, most of the Indians keep playing some event or the other, and as you said, all these players came from Calcutta. So we are in good touch, at least for the rapid format.
Right.
So-
Can you please tell us who do you believe is the strongest competitor of Team India in the same pool?
To be honest, I think all the teams that are playing here is actually all the teams are very strong actually, because since it's a rapid format and also there is a elimination, so there is a pressure for all the teams. So I would kind of rate almost most of the teams, all the teams present here in the pool we play are quite tough. So we don't want to underestimate any team. At the same time, we don't want to overestimate any team. So we just okay, this normal day, we'll just go for the game and just give our best.
All right. Well, in the end, I would like to ask you to pronounce the city,
Okay.
the name of the city that we are in. Can you give a try?
I just don't know the spelling of it. I'll just check if something. Yeah.
Yes.
It Bidgosk. This is coming till the end. So it Bidgosks, yeah? I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Did I come
We
close
approve.
at least?
We are approved. The
Okay.
last day, you'll speak like a native pod speaker.
And I apologize if I said something wrong or something, but I had to say I try my best. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much and best of the luck to
Yeah,
Team
thank you
India.
so much. Yeah, thank you.
The captain of Team USA here with us. Please tell us what is the mood of the girls to compete at the World Championship.
The mood is fantastic. They're a little bit tired, but it doesn't matter. We're all in a good mood. We are excited to be here. It's amazing hospitality, and it looks like it's amazing city. The way they walk, by the way, in the afternoon, it looks like very old and style, and kind of you can feel the culture of the city. So hopefully we kind of get this environment, and this kind of everything will come and settle in, and then we're going to be fine. So it's going to be fine.
I think Team USA is one of the few teams who traveled really from far. Right. So how girls are planning to rest and then to start to compete already tomorrow with very strong opponents?
Well, first, America was far away from everything. At the meantime, we always close to everyone. So we got used to it. Our girls, fortunately, some of them, they stayed in Europe. And recently, our girls, they travel a lot. It's not like it used to be like 10 years ago when we kind of stuck in America. So these days we travel, and this day we kind of got used to, we're getting much better in adapting to the time zones. So I'm expecting same thing happen here. Maybe tomorrow is going to be rough. Day after tomorrow is going to be much better. But then, hopefully by day 3 we'll be fine, absolutely fine.
Right, Team USA has strongest cards, 13 years old. Alojzije is playing here on the first board, as I know. Please tell us a little bit about what is the kind of situation among the girls. Are they happy to have her alongside them? Because there will be a lot of eyes on her right now.
Well, we have an amazing generation of kids in America. Alojzije, to present one of those girls, she's incredible. We don't know yet if she's going to be number 1 or not. As a board here.
Okay.
I still have to decide tomorrow. I have to sleep and think. But yes, she's incredible. She's clearly going to be a top competitor. I'm sure she's going to be at some point, perhaps like a top 10, top 15. I'm not sure, because she's clearly racing very fast. She's 13, 14. She's a teenager, and she won recently Girls Junior Invitation under 20. And she's going to be incredible. She's one of the youngest female in America who reached men IM title at that age.
Right.
Yeah, she's very talented.
Right. And as a captain, I had a chance to talk with one of the players, and it's so hard to say who is the toughest competitor, but as a captain, who do you believe is the toughest competitor for Team USA?
Well, I've been doing this since 2010. I think we met the other day as well, right, long ago. I think, I don't know if I hear correctly, the success of US team, we've been doing actually good in recent years, all the time. I think we're very close to each other. We don't argue. We acting every time as the same mechanism, and we always try to keep kind of nice atmosphere inside in the team, nice spirit, team spirit. This is very important because for me, it's very important to make sure my girls are look good, feel good, all good. I mean, for women, it's very important. Yeah. So I'm trying my best, and the girls happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy.
Okay, thank you so much. And last question, we want to hear how you are pronouncing the name of the city that we are right now.
Pronouncing my name?
No. How you're pronouncing the city that we are right now? We're asking this question to every foreigner.
Budgoch.
Okay.
No?
Thank you.
Close? I tried, I learned. Bidgoch. Bidgoch. So the Y goes as a B, I. Bidgoch. Not the, okay, but okay. Yeah, that's right, because it's not it's not U. It's a Y, yeah. Bidgoch. Yeah. Bidgoch. Okay, Bidgoch. So I know the Polish always like the at the end. Bidgoch.
Okay.
Easy. Bidgoch.
Thank you.
After day.
Thank you. We do have Team USA, one of the members of the team, Atusa, with us. Please tell us how your team feels here in Poland, because that's a really long way to travel all the way from United States here in Europe.
Yes, you're right. So me and one of my teammates came from the US, but fortunately two of our members were in Europe. And this is my first time representing US, so it's really interesting for me after so many years playing chess, and I'm looking forward to it.
Who do you believe in your teammates that is the strongest and toughest opponent in the pool that USA plays?
In our pool, are you talking about our opponents?
Yes.
I think actually all the teams are pretty strong, and to be honest, I cannot pick one team. And I think since this is kind of like a rapid tournament, it really depends on, a day if a team is, ready and have enough energy for that round. So I think any team can actually become a champion.
Right. You mentioned about the rapid tournament, and here we have this time control that it is something new, and it is between the rapid and the classical chess. How do you feel about this? Is there some special preparation for this tournament for your teammates?
Actually, no, we didn't prepare this time control, but I think it should be interesting because it's between classical and rapid chess, so it is fun to watch. I know that for audience are like more interesting because the time control is shorter, and we will see.
Right. You mentioned that this is your first time to play as a Team USA. Should we expect to see you for more events, playing, and to see you more and more chess tournaments?
Yeah, hopefully I will play for the US Championship. So and hopefully in next Olympiads.
All right. And we're asking to everyone, all the foreigners, to pronounce the name of the city that we are in. Can you go give it a try?
Sure. Is this Bydgoszcz?
Yeah, we proved that. Bydgoszcz. How you say that?
Bydgoszcz, right? Is that correct? Nice. Yeah. I can repeat after you. What is it? Bydgoszcz. Okay, Bydgoszcz. Okay, better.
Good. Thank you. Best of the luck. Hello everyone again and welcome back at the FIDE World Women's Team Chess Championship 2023. Here in the studio, we're working for you, Grandmaster Alojzije Janković, Grandmaster Marcin Tasbir, and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. So we had first round already, just hours before, and we had a bit of upsets here. I would like to ask Marcin, what was the biggest upset of the first round?
Hi, in my humble opinion, that was in the match Germany against America, against USA, where Dinara Wagner was playing against Anna Zatonskih, and we had such a position where the American player played e5, forcing the knight to move somewhere, and of course all the squares are attacked by black, so the only possibility for white here was to play h5, force the queen to move somewhere, and then the knight would have a square on c2. For example, queen b6, and knight can come back on c2. Instead, in the game, white, even only after 8 seconds, played knight to c2, and after queen c2, black's position is totally won. So that I believe is the biggest upset.
Ooh,
okay, Keti?
There was so unpleasant blunder, just one move, and probably could be very, very important for German team who lost against USA. However, this is just the first round, and they still have very good chance to come back to the competition. Let's now take a look at the pairings and check it out. What is the match that we are going to take a look at and focus the mostly, and here we have pool A and pool B. We do have France versus Georgia, Egypt against Ukraine. India will take Kazakhstan in the pool A, and in pool B, FIDE Americas will take Poland. Germany will face China, and Bulgaria plays against USA.
Keti, I would just add that, of course, when the former world champion Antonetta Stefanova loses a game with white, for me it's a big upset of the round. Congratulations to her opponent, but I think Antonetta, as a big fighter, will for sure come back and maybe even at some point make like a very important step for her team by scoring an important win. I'm pretty sure.
Right, let's now take a look at the playing venue and check out what is happening. And Team Bulgaria is the only team which has 4 participants. They don't have any additional player to switch, so all of them have to come back at the chessboard right now and fight. We can see players
I see Captain Petar Arnaudov, Grandmaster for Bulgaria, that he's moving around, approaching his team. So there are 4 players. Easy to for their opponents to prepare, but of course in rapid maybe it not so super important, but probably it's an advantage, some kind of advantage for sure. Petar is a very good coach, so I'm pretty sure that he's helping his team a lot. Only 4 players sometimes is good because you don't have this pressure of in terms of will I play or not, will you give me a chance, even if you're fighting for an individual medal. But although you don't have this like a free day, if something goes wrong, let's say that you are having a horrible tournament with like 2-3 losses in a row, you cannot avoid playing in the next rounds.
That's right, 1 minute to go. The players are almost all of them in the playing venue. We have last players now entering. Team Egypt is getting ready for the game, and we can feel these emotions right now. The players are trying to start to get focused.
Yeah, between rounds, it's for some of the players, it's only, let's say, like a half an hour, 1 hour. Of course, you want to check with computer or with your coach what has happened in your game, and suddenly you're getting pairings of the next round. You want to check a bit also what will you play against your opponent. So it means that they are still affected by the previous round. They are not so relaxed. Okay, some teams has made some changes, right? So we do have some new players playing, but anyway, it's tough schedule. So it will be very interesting how they will handle this second round of the day.
All right, we saw the handshake and the games has started. Once again, we would like to remind the time control. It is 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, which is a quite new time control in this nowadays in the tournament, which is quite fun. We have all everything together.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it will be now interesting that we get some camera of one particular board to see how they are blitzing the moves, who is confident, who is a bit more nervous. So I don't know, some board, if they could provide us maybe more, let's say, closer view to see from the playing hall, to see the players' faces. It's something usually I like to see that immediately.
I'll choose that. I'll choose Stefanova and Alojzije, and we have them on the board. Alojzije, 13 years old, rising star from USA. She's now facing another well-experienced chess player, Antonetta Stefanova. Earlier, she held the game on a draw against Elizabeth. She has really tough task.
Yeah, that was really complicated game. But what's important now, Antonetta is once again white, right? Yeah, in the previous round, she lost with white. Now she's white. She wants to play like a little bit, I would say, a more slower game now. I'm pretty sure she won't go all in. So she's playing her typical fianchetto stuff. Maybe even some improvisation, getting her opponent out of the book. This is classical treatment, and Antonetta will burn some time in the opening, avoiding preparation, trying to play on experience, to get some position, which is maybe not typical one, but for sure she won't play super fast. The rule in this tournament is that the captains can be present, but when they leave the playing hall, they cannot come back. So I see
that's
that
a fair
not to consult,
or check the games with engines. That's a fair,
yeah,
indeed. So what you can tell about Alojzije, she is so new to the chess world. Although she has won already so many competitions, she is 3 times world youth champion and youngest player, female player who achieved IM title in USA and 3rd youngest in the world after Judith Polgar and Katerina Lachnau. Those are big names.
Exactly. Of course, you have always those names when you connect with the US. Bobby Fischer, how he climbed with 13, 14 years old. So it's always those footsteps are very intriguing. So when we hear about some player who is so young achieving very good results, then immediately people are trying to compare with Judith and then Bobby, and as you mentioned, some other players. My opinion is that now it's some kind of turning point. Either you will make like a huge step, or you will be a bit stuck in your development. So I'm pretty sure that they are aware in their team and in US what they need to do with her improvement. I would say that now this type of championship will help her a lot, because when she will play against super strong world-class players, then of course you are getting this important experience, not like in the classical open tournaments and so on. Yeah, maybe we should check the games. Let's start. Maybe we can start with Bulgaria, if you think that this is a good option.
This is indeed
because
very nice idea to check out the game, because Stefanova is taking her time, as you mentioned.
This is, as I mentioned, we can now take a look on the board. So what's going on here? This is this classical French.
Oh, that's the previous, I guess. We need to get the new game.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I will need to find, Round 2 we need.
All right. Ali is on the screen facing former women's world champion.
Yeah, we have the position Now you can see it, but basically nothing new in chess world. As I mentioned, she's trying to get her opponent out of the book by playing this classical King's Indian attack. Let's see the second board. What do we have there? Okay, this is a little bit more interesting because in Kero, White opted for this super slow d3, something they do these days. It's not easy to come with some opening advantage in many different opening these days, so people are trying to get something new. This is type of position which is a little bit new to chess world. Third board, we have Krasteva against Wang. French defense, classical stuff, if you know this variation, with Queen d5 taking also very well developed lines, not easy to find something. Now White can choose between, in this position after knight takes d4, between exchanging the queens or keep the queens on the board. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. I jumped to the fourth board. So the board I was telling you about is the last board. Victoria Radeva is a fighting player, usually trying to get fighting position, maybe even playing risky openings. For first round, she scored an important victory to keep the match level, right?
That's very interesting strategy to risk. Sometimes you get points, sometimes you might lose the game, but very often you're getting right.
Listen, Keti, as you know, the losses, they hurt a lot, and some players really cannot handle it, so trying to get equal position, especially when you turn on engine, and engine is immediately bearing your line, your variation is not easy to play. But if you are playing this risky stuff, you are getting some fantastic victories, interesting chess, like this King March was really spectacular from Radeva in the first round. Then you become interesting player to be invited to some events, even maybe for a teams, clubs, because they appreciate your fighting spirit. Okay, it may be complicated, it's not easy to play risky chess. But anyway, then you are getting those pluses, yeah.
The latest game that I played in was surprisingly very good game. I got the invitation to the Fair Play Czech room.
Really? Okay.
After winning a very nice game.
Okay, that's something.
Which is also fair.
Yeah.
Which is also fair.
Yeah, we have this position at Beloslava against Annie. This is also typical Nimzo Indian stuff. Ivan Sokolov has written many books about it. So this is this classical position. Usually now Black starts to transfer her knights to e6 or this way. So classical position. I was always happy to play this position with White, but always with Black. I wouldn't mind because it's also, I would say, quite alive. No, you know, it brings you some chances. Right, so this match,
this is so interesting clash here that we have between these two teams, quite young teams. I had a question about Annie Wang, who I remember that she was winning a lot of youth competitions, and then she disappeared, and she was not playing that much, and I was like asking the question, where is she? She is international master, a woman grandmaster, and she has even won norm of grandmaster, which is like huge. She's only 21 years old right now, and she's world youth champion. And to answer the question why she disappeared, she started university some years ago, and from that moment she just is not playing that much of the tournaments. In fact, last tournament she played was this year in January, so almost more than half year she hasn't played.
Yeah, this college sabbatical approach, it's known for also some other players. We can recall Huyufan, even Primario Neji, and some others who just either stopped playing totally, or focus on college was so high that they could only afford maybe to play one or two tournaments. Yeah.
Right.
So basically, it's as Keti, we are promoting chess as some kind of important tool for life, of course. College, and we need also bright people for later to be connected with chess. Of course, we cannot say that this approach is not good or not best. I think we need combination. We need players who are fully focused on the chess career, and at the same time we like to have we would like to have some persons who are combining two careers, that they play chess and also their focus on their occupation. Yeah, so in
right.
that
and
way,
also just gives such an opportunity, especially students in USA. They are getting scholarships because they are chess players, and that can be also benefit. You can benefit from chess to your education, and then from education to your chess. Because in case of Ani, she will she will graduate her university in 2024, and maybe we're gonna have her back. Right now, she's studying in Massachusetts Institute of Technology, so that's also another challenge itself.
Yeah, I fully agree. As I said, I think okay, always you heard some stories that it's hard to combine school and college with chess, but it's possible. Of course, maybe not for world top career that you enter top 10 with that approach, but you can be close to top and still you can be good in your, as I said, occupation. Myself, I finished economics plus sports management and became a grandmaster. So of course I was far away from top, but still this college diploma brings you some new possibilities. So as I said, I would like to see all those careers, different type of careers together in chess world. Yeah. So this C5 reaction, this is something I would like to emphasize. So A5 is a move usually people play, which is useful to stop this B4 push. And white in this type of structure plays F3, which resembles this structure, Queen's Gambit structure. C takes D5, Carlsberg structure, and usually F3 is played. But when you learn opening properly, then you find out that the best reaction after F3 is C5. Right. So before F3, C5 would be premature, just giving a nice square for white, isolated pawn, nice position for white. But after F3, you have after C5 and let's say DC5, you have counterattack on E3. So this way you compensate your weakness on D5. And now white is searching for a way to move on. So briefly, we can just check the first 4 games. As I mentioned, Stefanova will now burn a lot of time trying to get her opponent out of the book. This one is very complicated position. Black is playing normal chess. Reaction F6, but still white might be slightly better. This one is still in process of the opening, and we have this typical French defense style position. I suggest that we switch now to another match. Keti,
and the match,
you choose.
Yeah, the match is Germany versus China. Very important match between these two. Germany has lost the previous match against the USA. They cannot afford to lose another match in a row. And we have very interesting position with Elizabeth, with her H-pawn already on 5th rank.
Yeah, when I was doing an interview during European Individual Championship in Montenegro, Elizabeth was saying that she's now focused a lot on chess, and she wants to get back to top, which actually she's doing recently. A very nice performance at the World Cup in Baku. And I expect from her, with that approach, the way how she plays, that she will get back to top. So I'm not surprised that she's playing with confidence. So this position is known. Everyone these days play London. We cannot say that London is something new. So these days,
Wait, are you team I love London or are you team I hate London?
Yeah, actually, when I was playing, usually I was playing King's Indian with black, and then when I was playing against London, at that time, you immediately get the person profile. I'm not the guy who is serious in chess. I'm playing London because I don't know anything else, and I'm not fed up with boring chess. I can play this really dull position, and I don't mind. So this was the profile immediately, and then suddenly, because of so many main lines, people start to switch to sidelines, and then the end you will get some super aggressive player, and then he plays London against you, and then you are quite shocked. What are you doing? Are you not? You are the guy who shouldn't be playing London. But what I say, these days you cannot make a profile from London players with black or white because everyone is playing. Active player, aggressive players, boring players, dull players, strategical players. Everyone is playing London these days. So it's probably some kind of culture which people are taking as a part of their personality. To me, this looks normal, but these days Magnus has shown that even with some kind of exchanges, you still can move on with initiative in
Right. Can we comment a little bit about these double pawns on the FL? Because I'm sure a lot of our viewers are usually worried about doubling the pawns and they just don't want to double the pawns. How about these pawns here?
Yeah, I would say first guy who invented this type of setup was the former world champion Alexander Alehin. He started to play that, usually in the Queen's Gambit, not in this type of structure, and sometimes getting ready to even allow doubling the pawns and exchanging opponent's knight for his bishop. So this was first, I would say, approach, invention of this setup. Then later another former world champion started using it. Michal Botvinnik, he was very successful, even in some strange position in IMSO India, isolated pawns. He would use this opportunity to get this outpost on e5 by making double pawns on f4. And now that you have some other players, later it was Vladimir Kramnik, and then Magnus, and so on. Mamed Yarov is not unhappy with this type of structure, Sargsyan, and so many top players. Usually,
Lizzie also looks quite happy with her 45 minutes on the clock. She has not spent any second.
Yeah. The thing is, with this pawn push, you really make your opponent in unpleasant situation. But with knights, it's much easier to regroup. So you have like strong super players like Kramnik I mentioned, who will, or Magnus, who will immediately start rearranging his pieces, and suddenly your pawn push wouldn't look so scary. So here it's very important, and with knights it's easier for black than with bishops. So it's now the moment you see that there was exchange on a6, and then there was this rerouting immediately knight. So now it looks very scary. Maybe in few moves we will get, let's say in 6-7 moves, suddenly this pawn chain wouldn't look so scary. So I'm very curious to see what will happen here. Because, okay, you see h6 pushing, but still, as I said, with knights, it's easier to regroup and find like a equalizing way. Second board, if I'm not mistaken, they are resting Dinara, right?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Josephine
After
is
such a
second,
loss,
yeah.
probably it was a very good decision for the team to let her rest and connect her energy for tomorrow's round.
Yeah, this is typical isolated pawn position. Depends of your capacity, your style, your way of play. You can handle this type of position with both pieces. So, at the moment, not much to say about this position, like a normal way to play. This one is a little bit more challenging. This is Petrov, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Petrov line, knight c3. At one point this was the most aggressive line, but now theory has developed and people are playing different lines as well. So it seems that this is like a typical normal position. White is trying to bring his pieces, so usually white is either pushing on the king side or bringing his pieces or her pieces to the center, and while black is trying to do something active on the queen side or in the center. Usually I prefer white in this type position, but this doesn't mean much. Maybe it's still under control from both sides, and we have like fourth board, which is Greenfield, Fianchetto. Before, in this position, usually players were avoiding this line because it's not better, but it's unpleasant to play with white, and white would play here c4 instead. First, getting ready to react, c takes d5 on d5, not allowing dc4. But also, recently they start to re-establish this line, rook e1, possible to play. Usually they play bishop b2 here, or e3. I was playing this as a kid with white, also with black later, but I think that black is having very good prospects in this type of position. Yeah, usually reaction here is queen a6. This is the reaction, and then maybe white is counting to challenge the queen by playing bishop f1, queen b3, okay, offering structure change. I'm not sure that black should allow this. Yeah, that's why she didn't. Bishop e6, tactics. So if d5, then probably something with b5 or knight d5. This is probably the point. And bishop takes d5 with the b5 next, exploiting the pin.
But there is knight up to d2.
b5, knight d2, bravo.
Yeah.
Bravo, you are on time. Knight a5.
Oh no.
But I can sacrifice the queen. This is something I would love to play maybe. 3 pieces for the queen. b7 is hanging.
Looks good, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, still it can be played, but it looks better for white. So there are some complications here.
Bishop
so
e6.
Bishop f1 played, b5, queen a3. Very complicated position. We will keep eye on that one. From those 4 boards, I would say that this is okay. This is long-term complicated game, classical position, still in progress, in process, and this one is already screaming out, follow me.
Yeah, follow me. Interesting. Well, we mentioned that China has not the first team here, and to me personally, and I'm sure many of our viewers, this team we have here is a bit of mystery. So now let's take a look of team composition of China and check it out. Who are these players? What is their standard rating? Because their rapid rating is not corresponding to the standard rating, and some of them I see actually for the first time here in this competition. And here we have Team China. We do have here all of them titled players, and we do have, so the first rating is the rapid rating, standard rating, yeah. And then it's the rapid rating. Here we have Yuxin Song, 2400 is her standard rating. Then we have Yang Shan, almost 2400.
Yeah, I am.
Then we have Kayu Ning, who is 2300 player. Ki Go, who is also almost 2400 player. She has had 2400 rating as she's an international master. And then we have Yi Xiao from woman grandmaster, also
Quite a balanced team. Yeah.
And very impressive because they have the players who are like 18 years old, most of them, and they brought quite young team. And then we have Shang Yong, who is 34 years old. So we have a mix of all the generation.
Yeah, and I see the Go is having this 24-51 rating, which means that she does have some rapid experience a lot. Yeah, 24-51. She might be some kind of force for that team.
Yeah, that's right. So Poland, they played against Poland in the first round. Now they are having the game against Germany, and the other pairings that they have to go through with Bulgaria, FIDE Americas, and also Poland is neither easy.
Yeah, but yeah, still it's really, I think that somehow we need like one more round. After the third round, we could say who is having like a prominent player for rapid, because as we said, this time control, yeah, it's different. And of course, standard rating, it's not suitable for maybe completely for this, but neither than a rapid rating, which sometimes you're playing like 10 minutes or 15 minutes plus 10, which is a big difference. You want to check one match? Any suggestion?
Yeah, we can now move to the first pool and take a look how, for instance, Georgia is doing against France. Quite shaky start. I can see that none of these games are.
Yeah, this is French defense, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Kero, sorry. Kero with c5, quite a popular way for players.
Oh, that's very easy to guess, Georgians. We always play Karo.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't play French.
Exactly. Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, you're right. So c5, French style way of handling Kero, and now White is trying to protect this crucial e5 pawn by some preventive measures. And rook e1 will be played, or queen. Yeah, rook e1, knight f4 is the point. Yeah, so this is typical. Maybe at the moment there is no threat, because takes, and maybe queen can come to h5. But White needs to play something useful, maybe knight c3 even, trying to get to this b5 square. We will see. Both players are probably out of the book at the moment. Let's check the second board. This is a little bit more challenging. So they were playing this queen, this fianchetto, King's Indian, bishop f5. Okay, usually I like to play this position with black, and I think black is doing fine here. White will lose some time getting back her knight to f3. Yeah, looks to me that black is very fine, although she's burning a lot of time. But still, normal fight ahead of us. Okay, this one is not normal. This is something to have a look. e3, some sideline. Both players are fianchetto. Okay, this is classical way. Some hanging pawns might arise. f4, trying to keep this outpost, but still it's possible with black.
Somehow these kind of positions are very pleasant for White to play, because you control everything with a knight. You have this bishop which controls a long diagonal, and you have always some ideas connected with h7, f7 pawns. And now as file is open for White, there can be some nasty ideas like king f2, rook h1, and like for the short time control, somehow White has more pleasant
When I'm
ideas.
listening to you, Keti, the way how you explained, it looked beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, it looked like crashing, fantastic. I would like to play this, but I actually I noticed in this type of structure when you play this F4, this move somehow it's really producing like a nice effect psychological. I'm keeping my knight on E5, but frankly speaking, from my experience, I was sometimes in white shoes in this type of position. It looked sexy, but in practice it's tough. Yeah, because this when black if managed somehow to kick you, suddenly this backward pawn it's not
pays off.
yeah.
I played these both colors, and I have to say that with white is easier because my opponent is always scared, is always afraid of something, and they are losing by themselves.
Yeah, you can make like a crashing miniature, but with player who knows how to maybe defend, knight comes to E8, rook covers to E7, and suddenly long term, maybe A5, bishop A6, and then use this.
If any move here, if you don't take care of your king side with knight F6 or knight F8, if you play A5, C5, or any other move, there's a direct threat right away. Bishop H7, Queen H5, and it's probably game over.
Yeah, Queen F7, of course. No, so knight F5 should be like a way to start. Okay, even knight F6. But here, black immediately jumped in, okay, which is also a decent way. Queen E7, Queen H5, G6, F6. So piece sacrifice.
This is interesting.
Yeah, she took on I think she took on E5. Not yet. Yeah.
All right. So.
Okay, the idea is obvious. Probably to sacrifice on G6, to take on E5, and to place the rook inside. So let's say like this way: I take, you take, I take.
But this might not work.
With maybe even D pawn.
Yeah, maybe that's her idea without bishop G6 to take with the D pawn and open up the.
Yeah, or even this way. And now you need to move away. Your bishop B4. Okay, you want to jump to come to D2, but even here you're dropping the bishop.
Bishop, yeah.
Yeah, so it's complicated position. So this is the idea.
And she made a move, bishop G6.
No, she took on E5.
On E5 right away.
Which is also an idea.
So after black takes on E4, you take on D6.
D6 and try to penetrate.
D6. There's also D5 ideas to open up your dark square bishop somewhere.
At the moment, looks very promising. I don't know about you, but to me, I would say it's very good for white. This is classical thing, playing this Labordone, Kalashnikov line of Sicilian. The idea is to postpone knight F6, not to end up in Sveshnikov or Lasker with bishop G5. Very popular. Some players like Rajabov were playing this all the time. I like to play this D5 whole concept, but white is slightly better for sure. Not so interesting at the moment, but yet still promising for some kind of fight. This game is crucial now.
It is
for the Georgian
the most
team.
important, I think.
So white is having some advantage, and actually destiny maybe of the match is in her hands.
Interesting. We're gonna keep the eye on this one. Seems to be very promising.
Let's switch to another match.
The other match we can take a look is India against Kazakhstan. Very interesting. Indeed.
Yeah. This might be some kind of level match in terms of strength, but still, I would say it's not easy that this match end up as a draw.
I would say that India has the rating favorites on the last sports in this match, as Team Kazakhstan has youth players. And we have seen what happened in the previous match against France and
this
India.
This is an interesting moment in this game, because I don't know about you, but usually when I was white, somehow I was annoyed with this concept when my opponent exchanged the bishop and I'm getting this double pawn structure.
Yeah, I was happy to get this bishop before one day when I checked the 2 games. I think it took me only 2 games by Petrosian in King's Indian when he sacrificed to give up this bishop and then totally destroyed his opponent, and then I understood that I have nothing to be happy. This
okay, known concept in English opening, Reti, and even in King's Indian, but yeah, this is very complicated. So black was trying to undermine this c4 pawn. White didn't want to wait. She sacrificed, trying to potentially open with c5. Of course, long term this pawn will fall, which means that this sacrifice was not a so big one. Yeah, but I like how black is handling this position at the moment, but maybe it's
yeah, very
still
interesting.
unclear.
Seems like Bibisara is quite well prepared, talking about her time too, and it's not easy to give up your dark square bishop in this position that easily, unless you know what is opening. Harika Dronawali deep in her lines and the calculation, and meanwhile we do have Martin in the studio. He prepared something for us.
Hi, just for a moment, just to show you the game of Antoneta Stefanova against Alice Lee. I was really astonished by White's choice in the opening. Of course, there is nothing special here, but just here, Stefanova took with a pawn on f3. If I were White, I would definitely try with the bishop just to have a pair of bishops instead of crushing my pawn structure. Of course, it's a level position. It's quite equal due to the fact that black got rid of the light squared bishop and have the pawn structure. Almost all pawns are light squares, but instead white took with the pawn, and here we are in such a position. And now I was thinking what should be black's plan actually. And I believe I came up with an interesting idea just to improve the position of the bishop. So I believe the best chance for black here is to play bishop f8 with the idea of playing after bishop b2 to play g6 and bishop g7. So actually that's all for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Martin, to give up all these very interesting details about the games. We cannot really cover all of them at the same time. We also are encouraging our viewers on YouTube, Twitch, and even Facebook to okay, I'm not checking Facebook. I'm sorry, guys. I'm checking YouTube. So if you have any suggestion, write out there. I'm there in the chat, and I can read it out, and we can then switch the game. And if there is anything interesting happening, let us know.
Scream! Let us come on, jump to that board. In the meantime, let's check what do we have on the second board in India, Kazakhstan. How I see it, I see that again some position where maybe it looks a little bit better for white, but the drawing tendency is quite high. I don't expect any adventures here. Let's check the third board. Also typical stuff. Draw here, maybe it's not I would say expected outcome so easily. I see that d5 pawn is attacked, although white is targeting b5. Again, complicated to say. And this one is a little bit more challenging. Let's check how it happens. It was Sicilian. Knight f6, knight c6, bishop e2, sideline. Usually they play knight b5, and then you have this bishop b4 or d6 Lasker variation. So here, bishop e2, sacrifice on c3. This is non-line. This is preparation. Sacrificing, of course, now it will be dangerous to take this c3 pawn because bishop b2 and then g7 falls. So bishop f3, check. Of course, knight d5 just drops the piece because of c4. So bishop d7, and this was all played. Bishop f4, rook b1, so many moves, and now came this a4 novelty or sideline, well prepared. Let's see what is white up to. I would like to play with white, but because white doesn't risk so much, she can take on f4, maybe rook d4, she will get back that pawn. But of course the point is to play on the initiative, pawn down with compensation.
And this game being stuck on c8 between Turks, this just cannot really connect.
Yes, because white can, of course, play bishop e3, and always this bishop b6 will be checked when the king is on c7. The game to follow for sure. I think there should be some way to come out with black pieces. Is this c5 move, immediately trying to exchange light square bishops or not, but still complicated.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if black is not doing something very important decision right now, maybe knight d6, knight d4, or knight d6, c5 there, then if white goes with bishop e3, bishop b6, rook a3, or rook d2, rook d1, it's a checkmate, you know?
That's a long way to go there, but anyway, it's important that you have idea. Sometimes vision is connected with opponents' moves, sometimes with only yours, but it's always good that
we did only our moves.
That you have some plan. So some match to follow. Which one? Any suggestions?
We have not checked the match so far. I think we have
maybe Egypt against Ukraine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Egypt against Ukraine.
Let's see the moves. Okay, so Ina is playing after this shocking miss in the first round. Yeah, she's on the board 1. And time trouble for her standards, not yet a big one.
Right, so what is happening? This pawn on e5 now, being so active in the center, kicking the knight from f6. Is white getting some space advantage?
Yeah, white should be better here because the system I mentioned, always this exchange of fianchetto bishop is immediately depriving black of bishop pair and also long term getting some initiative. It looks as something went wrong for black, although it's not maybe easy to say or too early to say that black is in some huge problems, but I would love to have white pieces here. How about second board?
I would like to have white's name. Look at this. Shrook. Rook. So you have chess term in your last name. That's quite cool.
Yeah, second board, it looks like a classical advantage long term, but also black is counting on the activation of this bishop. Third board, that's a mess. Okay, this game is game to follow. I like how white is pushing, and this is something maybe optically unpleasant, but looks very dangerous. Also, Natalia, she's a very good player, skillful player, experienced, who is sometimes having like maybe unsound position, but always finding a way to navigate. This one looks a little bit more promising for black. What has happened here? Something is strange, although of course white is a pawn up, but this f4 somehow doesn't feel right. You want to switch somewhere else?
Yeah, we can take a look once again the Team Germany against China. I think this is quite interesting. Let's see some updates if we have any.
Okay. So long-term advantage, as I mentioned, with this h6 pawn on the first board in Elizabeth's game. here in Josephine's game against Ning, it's somehow still in classical, in book style. And then we have this third board, which seems, as I expected, a little bit unpleasant for black, although she might soon get some activity on the other wing. And the fourth board, rook c1. Okay, white doesn't have a threat because d5 is not on the menu yet because of bishop b2. Yeah, but I suggest that maybe it's a moment that we stick Keti to one game.
One game.
Yeah, to see for a few minutes what will happen.
I like
Are
that
there
idea.
any adventures there? So maybe this one is not a bad one, or as a choice, or you have something else in mind?
We can take a look at one of very interesting games. This is FIDE Americas against Poland. Board 3 is very interesting, and maybe we can keep the eye on this one.
Yeah, okay, so this one for sure is tricky. The point is here, if black plays queen b7, then d5 might be an option, with the idea that queen is attacked and the knight is forked. But you mentioned Americas. Let's go to see how Poland will they recover in today's match. This position, it's typical as we also claimed that this f4 can be nice to see, but also very hard long term to play because there are some holes behind. Monica against Daisy, slightly better for white, but not much. And you mentioned this game.
I saw g4,
Yeah.
and I thought we had to get in here.
Okay, let's stay here. Miranda against Columns, she's playing this position. To me, it seems that black is completely under control, but maybe there will be some adventures. I understand your concept of choosing the game, but maybe we should, in this point, target games of players who are in time trouble. So maybe, as I said, so Natalia Zhukova's game or Ina's game.
I like that idea to take
see
a look
where,
which
because their moves will come much faster than, for example, in this game where players are both on 20 plus minutes. So if you find some game, as I mentioned, Natalia or Ina, that's an option, or something else where some players is already burning a lot of time and she needs to react.
Okay, maybe we can switch to... Well, we can switch to the game of Zhukova, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. Let's switch to Ukraine. Of course, after the first round loss, they are eager to get back to the right track. But of course, it's not easy to do so. We are here. So h6 came. Now white is thinking what to do. Let me see what would I do. Knight d6 is the first candidate move, of course, to open the queen, to get rid of this bishop, but then cd, and I don't see how to move on. Second option is to take on e5 immediately, then knight e5. Okay, what's the concept? Pawn takes e5. Black can play bishop c5 check, but I don't see that this brings anything to black, so probably knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5, and now either to take on g5 or to take queen e5 and forget this pawn. Maybe
that's not a good idea. To give
maybe
up f-pawn. How about to take with the
knight, then queen e6, and I don't
take the queen e6.
rook e6.
Oh, rook e6.
Yeah, that was my idea. Now you need to play rook d8, but then your knight after rook b6 is maybe a little. I'm not sure.
a5 or rook b1 can be something quite nice. Knight d8, rook b6, first a5, and
Yeah,
then
okay,
b1.
rook b2. The game goes on. It's still unclear. This was my concept. If you take with the queen, then king h8, and I don't see a follow-up at the moment because on queen e8, queen takes on e8. Rook f6. Rook f6 I was missing, but rook f6 I take on g5. Still queen h5, king g8. This looks dangerous for black, of course. Maybe I'm blundering something immediately. So taking on e5 looks like a normal way for white to move on. Yeah, the difference in rating, maybe we can discuss.
Oof, difference in rating is quite big. Let's take a look at the team composition of Egypt, and we can check it out. All the Egyptian chess players, also many of them we have not heard about. So
yeah, regarding Egypt, before you move on, commenting the lineup, that they are used to play in World Championship, Team World Championship, and men team was actually sometimes doing very well, taking some scalps from the really tough and super top grandmasters. So fighting team, no matter of the rating, they can perform well.
yeah, so we have women grandmasters on the three boards. Although we see the lower ratings at 2300, which is the standard rating of to get to your title, but I believe that this is by winning the continental championship, and that's the way these players can be supported. We have women international master on the last board, but the ratings are way below than the other players. We can see that the highest rated in the team is 2100 player. However, the ratings might be low, but they have very nice experience.
As I said, this profile is very important, not just rating. Is your profile that you are skillful in tactics, that you can maybe sell some trick to your opponent? This is very important because the stronger players, they do tend to have things under control when they have enough time. But in some kind of time scramble, it's very important if you are capable to find some tricks, some resources to defend, to put tough resistance. So this profile, this is something I would like to get out of the few rounds, to have a little bit more information. So if they are, let's say, tactics type of players, then they have like chance even with stronger opponents.
Yeah,
because
tactics
no one,
is so important.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
key
Then
point.
blitz rapid, it's a key.
It is indeed. So this is the team Egypt. So lowest rated in this pool, facing now Ukraine, but the game is on. Everyone can have very nice chances here, and we might see here even some of the upsets in the tournament that Egypt can bring. I would like to suggest to go back in the game of France versus Georgia. Board 3 is getting somewhere.
Okay, sure. Why not? Let's check. So we need France against Georgia. board number 3.
3.
Yeah. Okay. So opposite card bishops. Of course, if we get queens off the board, drawing tendency or margin is quite high, but with heavy pieces on the board, it's very tough to deal with opponent's initiative. So this is something you need to keep in mind, guys, when you are playing opposite card bishops position. Don't mind sacrificing pawns just to get initiative. Who has the initiative? He is in dry or she is in driving seat, but of
Opens
course,
the champagne.
of course it's important. Exactly, of course it's important to have this activity and heavy pieces.
Oh, I love this rook lift.
Yeah.
We mentioned about heavy pieces and rook f4, rook h4 was very nice. Lela is trying to stop this rook and plays h5. The first move which comes to my head is g4 right away to push this pawn, or can white find any other type of sacrifices here in this position?
Yeah, the thing is now, when you are having an unpleasant position, the point is that you give your opponent chance that she goes wrong. So here white can double or triple of on the f file. She can open the h file with g4. She can take she can collect the e pawn. So maybe this is a chance black wants to use. The main problem here, Keti, if Lela manages to collect d5 pawn, where will this bishop move afterwards?
Yeah.
Stuck
by its own pawn.
Yeah, so this is the thing. This is this activation. If we could move away e4 and d5 pawn, then suddenly prospects of black would be really high. But with this poor potential of this b7 bishop, of course, that white is in driving seat.
Very interesting game. g4 has been just played. We're gonna keep the eye on this game, but meanwhile we have Martin in the studio. He has prepared something for us, so let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I would like to agree with you guys that when you have an initiative, the material does not matter so much, just like in that game. It's a game in a match Kazakhstan against India, where white had a pair of bishops. Actually, she was pawned down. But on the other hand, black had a problem with the king. So in the game, black played e5, trying to put some more pawns on dark squares, and white started to attack. And after a5, the biggest mistake of black here in that game was to play a6, weakening the black squares. This square on b6, for example, and the bishop is heading there. As we can see now, even though black is pawn up, the rook on a8 totally does not play, and there is no way to improve it. And so after bishop e6, which stands on the board, white may try to play g3, just to ask the knight to leave that square on f4 and go with bishop b6. As we can see, having a pair of bishops and the mating net on the king brings a really big problems to black. I believe the only possibility here for black against the plan of white of playing, I don't know, let's show it on the board here, rook d6, then rook a to d1 and mate the king, would be to play something like rook e8, rook d6, knight to f8, and rook to d1. And as you can see, the initiative is totally in white's hands. After knight d7, I can even play c5. Still, the rook on a8 is out of play. So just I wanted to emphasize that our commentators are right when talking about sacrificing a pawn if you have an initiative.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Huge compliments for us. No, I'm joking. Yeah, of course, it's always nice that you are taking the right direction in your analysis. This game can also be some kind of classical books game, how to maybe restrict opponents' activation and maybe isolate the piece, which is always a nice topic.
May I ask one question, Martin? You mentioned g3 to kick this knight. Can white start to double the rooks on d file without g3?
You mean playing rook, bishop b6 at
bishop
first?
Bishop b6, yes.
All right, I believe I can go somewhere. I don't know why. Bishop c4 maybe, and then I can go to d5.
Okay.
That would be a problem here, right? Just to go. And now after rook d6, I have knight to d5.
Okay.
And
so
this is a problem. That is why I believe it's needed for white at first to play g3.
Yeah, some precision is needed, right? Yeah.
well, you can give up one pawn, but not too much pawns. So thank you so much. That was very, very interesting ideas that we saw, and we might see this game actually just developing in this way. And that this was very nice example that you can give up the pawn in your game and play with extra rook. The black rook on a8 is not taken apart yet.
There was a memorable game, I guess, guys, you know, this was MVL against Morozevich. It was in Bill tournament in Switzerland when the rook was completely out of play. Morozevich sacrificed a piece, and then rook was on h7, attacked by Morozevich's pawn, but he was not actually intending to take it because then this will just bring other pieces. So this was my favorite topic, favorite game, when the rook was out of the play because of the king. But I think it's time that we go back to Lela's game.
Absolutely.
Against
Look
Mitra,
at this.
because
The
we see
bishop
some masterpiece around. It seems that that's it.
Can we take a look what happened after g4?
we can take a look. Maybe we can just briefly even go through the point where you were actually announcing that something similar
I told you.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I was not so familiar in looking to future. Yeah, okay, g5, something went wrong. Here maybe even g6 was a bit premature. Lela was somehow too confident in this f6, and then came this opposite card bishop position, this d5. This is what we like, this sacrifice to open this topic. Very important, guys, to learn that material sometimes is below activity, so this is something very useful to know.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
d5.
The way how she handled, how she transferred her queen, fantastic game. Now this rook lift, you mentioned Keti, is an important step in crushing black's position. Yeah, of course, Lela was completely aware, even 10 moves ago, that something went wrong, but what to do? Sometimes you are on the wrong side of the masterpiece.
You also prefer to be your opponent's side.
Yeah, exactly. And now this g5 with the point, if you take, you're losing the rook, but she saw it till the end, f7 first, to bring the rook, and now when the king comes to g7, queen can join the party by queen d4, but also some rook h2, rook g2, I think it's already...
I think king g7 and rook h2 also happened in the
rook
game.
h2 will come, and you cannot... Okay, you might take on d5, but then always queen d4. Actually, it looks completely lost for black, but still, maybe black can put some small resistance.
Yeah, by the fact that white's king is also a little bit exposed here, and the rooks have to be around the king.
Yeah.
They cannot leave that
Yeah,
easily.
the thing is now if you take with the queen, you're busted because of rook g2, and then this looks very bad. Queen will enter somehow the position, so probably your best way is that here you push h4 or take on d5. On h4, rook f5 might come, which is also tough. So maybe bishop d5 only move, on check, rook e5, but now this rook f5 again, it's very annoying. Actually, I don't see how to not to lose immediately. Yeah, we see some concerns of her on her face. Very tough position to handle.
It is indeed nicely done by
Yeah,
Mitra.
but come
Nicely
on,
played.
I was saying the first round, fantastic play of Ina. She's completely controlling the game, and suddenly she lost. So it's rapid.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, I won't. Yeah, you're predicting future much better. Yeah,
I
yeah.
will
So
do that. I'll take it on my
Yeah.
shoulders. How about we check the game 4 in this match, because seems like White has not castled yet, and it's like after 1 hour of starting this round.
Which board?
Melia against Natasha.
Okay, yes,
Natasha.
Melia is for the first time in this tournament in the team, right?
That's
So
right.
I think she didn't play first round. It seems that something went wrong here. Yeah, what happened here? Knight d2. She got a... Oh. She blundered. From this point, she took on e7, and then e4 is attacked. Probably she was counting on that she can take on d6, which is dangerous. Do probably some queen c6 first, and then threatening to bring the rook on d8. Probably unpleasant position. Also queen d6. Okay, on queen d6, knight e4 is possible, but everything was better than what she did. She played knight d2 back, and suddenly she lost a pawn, trying to recover it with queen d6, queen b4, tough position. Probably sad necessity is queen c3. Queen c3, and then exchange, take on e3 if I want. Maybe I don't need to do it immediately, but let's say, yeah, not an appealing position, but maybe the necessity for White. So that means that a little bit unexpected outcome at the moment for Georgian team. So they are lost on Lela's board. Salom is struggling. No fun for them in this match.
And the Georgia is the favorite of
let's
this
see if
competition by the
they have
rating.
any prominent position. Okay, this is normal, maybe better for White, but not more, nothing special. This one, what's going on here? Also looks very good for Black. Sorry, I was not counting material. Black is exchange down. So Black needs to collect the d5 pawn, but okay, maybe already there is some kind of compensation, but here I don't see it. It seems to me that, okay, taking on d4 is dangerous, but probably only move if I take queen d4. But then queen d4, bishop d4, bishop take f, and penetrates. Maybe only why Black can count on this type of position, but this looks unpleasant for Black.
It is. It does. Let's keep the eye on this game. Meanwhile, we can switch to the other match in the Pool B, where China has really challenging situation right now on the board against Germany, and maybe we can right away go to the second board.
Okay, Josephine. Yeah. Against Kalyu. Oh. Huge improvement. How this happened? Huge improvement for Black. So you see, always my advice, exchange, especially okay here in case of d5 and c6 light square pawns. But this is like a model way. h3, even computers and Kasparov has said that when the pawn lands on h3, okay, it's already half of piece. Yeah, because it's completely annoying White. Some mating motives will, for sure, arise.
Yeah, so now White is bringing the queen on the king side to avoid some
trying
nasty ideas.
to change. Although, this type of position are sometimes tricky because everyone on earth in the playing hall knows that you are better, but you need to find a killer. You cannot be
Yeah.
better forever, because every move wasted will give white chance. So it's not easy to find the killer, and you might get nervous if you don't see.
Oh, and we're
move which
getting
is-
the information that the board 3 blunder just happened. So let's take a look at Jana against Kay. What is the blunder?
Let me see what we were here somewhere around. Yeah, it was just better for white. Okay. Something is strange here. It was not easy for me to grasp last few moves. So what's going on here? The point is, if white takes the exchange, black will get some activity. This I know and understand. This queen might be out of the play. But then came
Very
this
mysterious.
rook f1, a good move, trying to sacrifice on f7 when the knight moves.
All right. So I think we can use the help of Deer Engine very quickly to check out
Yeah.
what is happening here. 3 moves that Engine suggests is a good here and keeps the black advantage is c3, queen a4, and rook to b8, which
Yeah.
means that black can aim white's king, b2 square, and the dark squares on the queen side.
Yeah, this is the way how I would deal in this position. I will realize that white is trying to attack my f7 square with some sacrifices, and then queen collects the h7 pawn, and that can be very dangerous. That means that I don't have time to waste. I need to do something on the other wing, and then you spotted moves like queen a5, c3, d3, all moves which are bothering a bit white,
Right.
because when white takes on f4, still you have extra move, because white is not threatening some kind of checkmate.
Wait, what? I just see a very weird line here. If black plays rook to b8, sacrificing this knight on f4, you might think that there is some rook sacrifice or checkmate or something. But if we can make this move on the board, rook
Yeah,
to b8,
sure.
rook to
b8,
f4,
rook to f4.
there is the suggestion by Engine just to play queen to c7.
Yeah,
Like that.
this is second thing, Keti, you need to spot. If you don't get this information that after rook f4, queen c7 protects f7, targets e5 knight, which cannot move because the rook is behind, this is like nice touch. But if you don't have this conclusion in your head and you are focused on rook b2, queen b8 stuff, some double attacks, you might miss it.
Yeah.
My opinion, frankly speaking, I think that Engine is too confident. Let's say, of course, giving like a super advantage for black, but for Cuman, if you would ask them, they wouldn't give so big advantage, because it's not so easy.
Two pieces are hanging right
yeah,
now.
it
Rook
look-
is also
it looked
hanging.
like a
I ask myself, why rook b8? Why I don't go queen to c7 simply and attack the knight? And the answer, I think, is very obvious, because rook is also hanging on a8.
Yeah, let's do a test. Okay, so human way of thinking: c3 or d3. D3, you need to see what you are up to. I don't see d3 as a. So what is the problem? Some queen d4. Why d3 is a move? No, d3 is not a move. c3, right?
c3, queen
Yeah.
a5 and c3.
c3, and then on b3.
Queen a5, you can see this.
Yeah, you're threatening a checkmate. Okay, so c3 on b3, queen a5.
But this is not the end. After b3, queen a5, rook takes on a4, queen a3, knight d3 is still a move, and you have to keep looking what happens after
right.
that.
You're completely right, Keti. Bro. Takes, queen comes to a5, knight goes to d3, and now some.
c4 is the final blow,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. That's possible to see that when knight moves to d3, that you are not under attack on the other way. So, queen a5, rook b8, c3, d3. No, d3, I'm again mentioning
You like this
wrongly.
d3,
Yes,
yeah?
I don't know. I'm expecting c3. Here, rook f1 was not the best. Yeah, but for rapid, it's a normal move. Okay.
All right. After c3 and queen a5, this is also the combination of attacking on a2 pawn. That's another thing.
Yeah. This is what I've noticed immediately, but these other things I would need to spend some time. But you want to make this c3 push. So, your opinion, which move?
Which move
because
black will
queen
play?
a5 is possible, rook b8, c3.
There's also knight to d5 move, which saves
Yeah.
the knight and the rook as well. I think this is another human move. Probably not working because white has huge advantage maybe on the king side after sacrificing something.
Okay, shall we ask our viewers, guys, which move do you expect in this position? So
Our viewers have very strong engines right now.
no, okay, engine, of course, engine is welcome, but the thing is like psychological point of view. Will black?
Can we point out one thing here? After knight d5, which is to me very logical move,
Yeah.
I would consider to play this one first move. There is knight f7.
Yeah,
bishop
this was
f7,
a rook f7.
rook
This was
f7.
this was I mentioned. This is something you don't want to deal.
Yeah. This game can end in 5
Yeah.
moves, either white winning or black
Yeah.
winning. It's so
Now
double-edged.
c3 is the move I'm betting on.
All right, let's take
All
a
in,
look
I
actually
put
on
everything.
camera how the players are.
Yeah.
What can we read from here? I cannot read anything. They are so focused.
Okay, it of course it's obvious that black she's thinking how to move on. So this is quite obvious, right? She sees the possibilities and now trying to decide. 15 minutes on the clock, enough. White 6 minutes, not ideal, but what to do?
Yeah. Wow, very interesting. All right, while black is taking her time here, I think she needs a little bit more time. 14 minutes still for her on the clock. She needs to invest in it. I think it's good timing to bring Martin on the screen as he has something prepared for us.
With a big smile.
Martin?
Yeah.
So we can see the game of Monika Sochuk against Daisy Kori, where black started to attack, and let's see how did it happen. Knight to c5, attacking the queen, and now g5. It is very unpleasant position for white, even though he has white has a pair of bishops, but he's under the severe attack after f4. The position is opening, and now white has made a huge mistake playing b4, trying to force the knight to go from c5. But it turns out there is fg, and after fg, queen d4 is just winning. The king is under the severe attack, and black is just winning after knight to d3. So this is this was not very complex, of course, but on the other hand, it shows how important it is to attack, and that is why black should win that position quite fast, I believe, after even queen c3, or at first knight to h3, double check, and just now take the exchange, and black is winning.
Oof, that was quite a bloody,
Yeah, but it looks so simple from your side, yeah.
Yeah, especially I would like to emphasize is knight c5, g5, f4, just push, and then there is no advantage of pair of bishops.
like there's no tomorrow, and maybe you will win.
Yeah, okay, of course, when you are playing this type of structure, this Dutch defense style, that you are ready to push, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, it was quite nice. A lot of tactical motives there. Thank you so much, Martin.
And especially
for
when
bringing
it
that.
happens with black pieces, somehow we all like to see those attacks with black pieces, because that means that black has achieved something more than with white.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Martin. Let's get back to the game. Germany,
so C3
China.
played, right? Can we check this game? C3 probably played.
Rook b8 was played.
Come on. How do you mean rook b8? Really?
Yeah. This
so
is
I lost
unbelievable.
everything again.
Yeah, I think we should start betting on real thing,
No.
you know, let's bet on money.
I'm losing everything. I cannot guess the right continuation. It looks okay. So it looks that it's under control, but without like super calculation. Of course, this move also invite knight c6, but probably she correctly understood that now this is
After
beyond
b3,
repair.
you have to play b3 here.
Yes,
Knight d2, knight c3.
Everything, or even to exchange and sacrifice bishop b3. This also works beautifully for black. It seems that everything is now in black's hand. Yeah, she's doing extremely well.
Okay, maybe her idea also after rook takes f4, not only queen to queen to c7, but also to play queen to b6. Right at the point, attacking.
Yeah, this is the move why we
b2.
didn't mention it before. Keti, you're completely right. This looks like a normal continuation. Why we were not focusing on this move, I don't know.
Because after b3 here, if white goes with b3, you just take this.
Yes, and I
pawn
sacrifice everything.
with everything.
Yeah, this is something I would love to do it. Okay, I have an option. I can take on c4. You take bishop, and now I play b3, trying to survive.
Yes, that's actually true. But even in this position, if white has no follow-up, I can just play bishop b6 and then push a4, a5.
Yeah, I understand your point. The only thing is psychologically, do you search for a killer, and if you don't see it, you avoid that option. You abandon it, or you just realize that even you can win slower than some kind of combinational move. Anything else happening special in some other match?
We do have a draw in this match. Elizabeth Pat's song Yuxin.
Yeah, this was I was mentioning, as it looked really tough to handle, but somehow she managed to level it. It looked scary, but of course this after exchange it's obvious a draw. I don't know if white could have done something better, but you see that in this scenario this h6 pawn was actually depriving white of penetrating over h file. It would be better now that the pawn is not on h6. Yeah.
It was not a half a piece,
yeah, exactly.
In this case.
But here it's more than a half, right?
It is nice.
It looks,
in the end game,
it looks
middle
really,
game,
really
it
tough.
looks good, yeah.
Really tough. We can maybe stay for a while here because white is really low on time. Tough to play this position with 1 minute on the clock. While we are waiting, you can just maybe inform us about a few more results.
Yeah, we have in fact just 2 results. The one in this match and another Marcin brought to us that beautiful win by Corey told Daisy. So far everyone is still playing after 1 hour of more than 1 hour of starting. The second game still this is on, so that means that we had not any serious blunders at the beginning.
Yeah, this position looks really scary, but of course you need to finish your opponent off, right?
That is right. Shall we go to the last board of this match?
Okay, of course we could. What's going on here? This
oh my
was
God,
this.
That's too much to.
That was this crazy Greenfield, if I'm not mistaken, and now it seems that white is just dominating. This is.
Is 96 inevitable? This royal fork?
Yeah.
Like you cannot avoid.
Okay, you can play this with the concept that you take.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the only way. But here, after this, of course, I don't need to hurry. I can push maybe even e5. Then another knight comes. Even this looks like completely losing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. This means that here, okay, they will level the match, and Josephine's game. No, yeah. No, they will win. They will win the match if the last 2 boards. Yeah, the last 2 boards. That means that Germany lost. How was the first round?
They lost against USA.
So they lost again. So they will need to fight back with wins till the last round.
Indeed.
very tough.
Yeah, at the beginning we mentioned that you can't really afford to have two lost
It's
in
possible,
this competition.
but then you need to, you need to have like a warp speed to come back. Yeah.
Wow, what a start of all these Chinese players. I do love to see this aggressive chess and a lot of tactics and sacrifices. It's just like beautiful.
Yeah. What has happened here? In the end,
Ooh.
bishop c4 takes this double attack, not hard to spot, and this looks like just a game over. Pawn up, bad pawns around. Just black needs to bring her pieces, maybe even
Rook e8, d3. Now d3 is
maybe
is a
even
killer
queen
move.
queen e3 wins. All the moves win, just to bring
Queen
the queen.
e3, queen c3.
Yeah. Now I think all the moves they just win.
That's right. Too many weaknesses. White's queen on h4 is way too far to even guard the king. Yeah, this is quite difficult position for black.
Rook e3, rook e6, maybe even queen e3, maybe even that move, of course, is not necessary, but just to show that if takes, then queen can come to a3, also delivering a checkmate. This looks like a game over. So Josephine game against Ning Kayu doesn't mean much at the moment, but here black is completely winning, right?
That's true, and we do have a very interesting game. Maybe you can take a look at this FIDE Americas against
Sure.
Poland. The board 3, we do have this pawn's position. And it's interesting what actually happened on the third board.
Okay, here Olivia has shown how to play this position. Second board, we know this one was a game to follow.
So
with this g4, but this
can we see
somehow
a little
backfired.
bit what happened? Because black has an extra piece here.
So here, bishop g4. It seems normal. Then, okay, white was counting on rook d7, pawn takes g6, but then came this rook d8, and this looks horrible. Pawn takes, right? Maybe it's not so horrible. Rook f7 doesn't win.
Yeah, there was a
because
chance
queen
to...
g5. If you play rook f7, the point is if you take and rook f7, you don't need to take on f7. This would be bad. This
Probably
would-
queen g5
queen
first,
h7,
right?
but you have this queen g5 check,
Yeah.
which is possible to blunder, but of course not a
Easily.
big deal.
Our co-commentator Martin just told us in chat that knight f5 was winning for white here.
Knight f5 might be a move.
This is not easy move to spot. So the idea is that if you take this knight, I'll take with the bishop, and then I want to give a check on h7 and checkmate on h8.
Yeah, and the point after queen d6, knight h6, I guess. You need to see that this is a checkmate. King, not checkmate, but you have rook f7.
Rook f7, queen d7.
Yeah, this is not easy to spot.
Yeah.
Okay, also rook
Beautiful.
f7 probably wins, and then queen h7 and b7 is hanging. Unclear position.
Oof, we have
And
seen so many tactics today. This is incredible.
Turnovers, yeah. What is in this match? So first, black is better. Now here also, Claudia survived. That means that they will win the match. Even here they are slightly better. So Poland is winning against Americas. What else? How is Bulgaria doing against US? So Antonetta is better, but only maybe slightly. It looks it will end up as a draw. Then we have second board. This is a complete mess. In this, oh, this is who is better here? Probably
Too
white.
many pieces, to be
And
honest.
here, looks better for white. but still a lot of play. Maybe we could stick to one of those games. What is going on here? Yeah, this type of games where two players are already long time, while there are some possibility, because it won't be easy for us to switch from one to another.
I
So
would
let's
suggest to stop for a moment in the game of Mitra and Lela, because we have huge turns of tables in that position.
Okay,
this is
let's switch.
France versus Georgia.
Again, black is pulling out a miracle. Georgia against France, right?
That's right.
And this one. But also this Arabizia against Savina. I think she was just much better. And what happened? Here, they repeated the moves. Yeah. Isn't it better for white? Am I missing something?
Seems
It looks to me
yeah,
that it
seems better.
should be better for white. But somehow she's steered to a draw.
Oh, they agreed on a draw?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's quite
Yeah,
quite
and
interesting
Melia,
decision.
she lost.
And
she
Lela
lost
is
in
also
that.
having very difficult
Yeah.
game.
In this position, this is what happened, as I mentioned, and this is not funny position for white. And Lela is turning the tables. How? Completely. How this bishop entered the game? Rook e5. Rook e5 was a move.
Yeah, and then taking the pawn on h5, why this is still not lost?
It looks completely lost. And now some queen somehow needs to enter the game. It looks completely lost. I don't know, h6, queen c3, or looks completely lost. Queen d2, maybe a step in the wrong direction. Queen f2. Suddenly she lost the plan. Still, I would be in white's favor.
Ah, this was a big blunder.
Yeah, big line before was blunder. King f2 was much better.
Okay, she blundered the pawn.
Now she's happy not why e4, e3. Okay. e3 is threatened. Looks completely lost. Collect h6, push e2, just game over.
Wow.
Which brings us to the last game, first board, which will last forever, right?
G4 has just played, but this is a very weird position because somehow white's pieces are stuck and have these pins. And then white also starts to attack on the king side. With
Yeah,
G4,
this G5 will happen, but okay, also after G5, some H5, you need to move on, which is not so clear that you will immediately have a follow-up. They are quite a long time. This game we might follow, because it's a key game of this match. Since we will have like even result, right? And then the first board will decide who will bring home the bacon, right?
That's true. Bishop e7 just played here. Is this the way to stop G5 happening? Can white still keep pushing?
Yeah. So G5 is possible. If I take on G5, you take with the knight, which probably is good. Maybe on G5, H5. No. What's the point?
Oh, you could also do H4 here to push G5 by supporting with the pawn and then try to open up the H file for the rooks. Maybe that's what Deimante is
But on G5 immediately, what is... Maybe she wants to go for opposite square bishops. I take, you take, I exchange, you exchange, I exchange on d4, and then I play this type of position which looks equal. This is one way, probably not the only one. Yeah, just to check, Leila, yeah, she will win that one. Key moment.
G5 has been played.
Yeah, so I think G5 just leads to a draw. Not a draw, but maybe.
Equal position.
Yeah, equal position. Predictable, let's call it that way.
What
In
else
the
to
meantime,
play?
you can say maybe how is the situation in the matches. So we have Americas against Poland. We do expect a win from Poland there. Then we have Germany against China. According to our prediction, China will win that match, right? They have
very good, very good positions on the boards. But before the games are done, we cannot really
okay, but
say
let's
anything.
update. So what we expect, we expect win from Poland. We are expecting win from China, and Bulgaria, US is unclear.
It's a very, very interesting situation right now. So in the pool A that we have,
Yeah, we could switch to Ukraine against Egypt. What they are doing there. Natalia has won the game. I expect that she joins us.
very likely. All
Yeah, in
right.
that match, Ina is struggling. It looks very tough. On the second board, Anastasia is... Oh, she's playing nice touch. Bishop h3. Yeah, it looks just winning for white. And on the last board, Elizaveta there also better, but still not so clear. Yeah, that's the situation.
Interesting match indeed here. One game down, 3 to go.
Yeah.
And we are ready to have another guest in the studio with Martin.
Hello. Now we have Natalia Zhukova in our studio. You won a game. Congratulations. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, hello everyone.
So let's start c4, a6. Did you expect the English opening?
Yeah, she played this usually, and I had time, to prepare. It's difficult for girls who doesn't have reserve players, so probably it was some already not mistake, but maybe inaccurate, to allow me a5 and to protect my pawn.
Yeah, with the knight on c6.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So after that, I was very satisfied with my position because I thought that I
Yeah, okay.
developed very comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. You are pawn up and you
Yeah.
have a development, right? Just to finish it, and it should be
Then
right.
things became more interesting,
Yes.
Just
You're
I
nice.
allow her knight g5.
Yeah. How about playing queen e7 now, maybe?
Now queen 7, yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah,
And,
just to
I
protect
just-
the pawn, right?
Yeah. Probably I was too optimistic about my position, just thought that there is no threats, but
Yeah,
it
exactly.
is, yeah.
It turned out there is one.
Yes,
Alright.
f4, and now it became very, very interesting. I also spent a lot of time of calculated h6, bishop c6, that I thought more...
Just like in the game,
Yeah,
right?
like in the game. And I'm not sure that I did it right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You took on g5, probably it's
yeah, I
the
took
only
on
move, right?
Also knight d6 was probably interesting, here, and, I'm not sure what I was...
Okay, I believe you should take back with the pawn, right?
Yeah, take as the pawn, but now she can take here, and it's another position because in the game, I managed to not allow this, just to play queen e6.
Yeah, now I believe queen a7 and rook d8 might
Check
occur.
in a sense, check,
Very
yeah.
unpleasant check, I
but
believe.
okay, e3, just I think it's just the game just
Yeah,
started.
yeah,
So
exactly.
I was very wrong, that I allowed this everything.
Yeah,
just,
exactly. So probably rook e8 was
not,
the start.
Not to be too optimistic.
Yes, exactly. But then
And
actually,
no, I like my position because these two bishops, I thought that it's very interesting, Yeah, after queen d5, probably she should play something. Of course, she missed rook e2.
Right.
Yeah, that's she missed.
So probably rook f2, yeah?
Maybe e3, I was calculated if I'm not wrong, but e3, no, yeah.
So
E3,
maybe bishop
but
h3?
Bishop e6 first, I thought, and then rook b8, and I thought that
yeah, she has some
for
problems
example,
with
bishop
pinning, yeah,
e6.
exactly. After
That's what I told you, no, she should take knight d6,
yeah, at first.
as I thought, you know, just I mean.
You're totally
But
right.
now after rook b8, you don't have...
Queen a2, probably.
Queen a2 or queen d1, yeah.
Yeah, but still, I believe black's position looks very, very nice.
That's what I thought.
Yes, but still, of course, it's very, very...
It's rapid, you know, that's why, you know, you... sometimes you try to play quickly, but who knows, maybe you need to spend some time. Yeah, rook f6 is a very big mistake, because now she allowed me to
take on e2, and you are first, right, on g2.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice. I mean, so many threats. Bishop c5, make
g2,
here,
right.
yeah, after queen h3, bishop c5, just check.
Exactly.
And I don't know, knight e3, it's already resigned, but if she played, for example, here, it's many moves. For example, I don't know, because it's threat, you know, just here.
The threat is just
take here, take, and bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop e6, bishop d5, yeah. It should be enough, more than enough to win,
and
right?
If knight e3 also, rook b2, so there is no move.
Yeah, because her only threat would be to play rook h6 and make you on h8,
but no time,
right?
yeah. I mean, chess is always about time.
Yeah, about timing, exactly.
You think that you are on the time, but not.
Yeah, so rook f6 was a mistake. So we were a little bit lucky, but still, I believe it was a very interesting game, to be honest. So what is the aim of your team for that competition?
To fight for the medal, of course, yeah.
So at first to get to the top 4 in the group, right?
Yeah. First, step by step.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Here, let's take a look at the ends. And here, I believe your opponent lost on time, right?
Yeah, she lost on time, yeah.
But okay, the position is
still,
totally...
bishop e3, it's intermediate move, and just piece up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was nice.
And back to the studio.
Yeah. We are back. You won the match. Congratulations. It seems so, not yet, but it seems that you will win, because on the last board it's just game over. Ina on the first board actually managed to save herself. It seems that she will make a draw. Yeah. And the second board also, it seems that Ukraine is convincingly winning in their match.
All right, very interesting,
interesting
situation happened in match India versus Kazakhstan. Here we have India losing this match. Who would expect? India was the rating favorite in this match, but we have draw, and the last board was decisive.
Yeah. So it was this. We can just check how it happened in the end. Actually, white switched to the B file, but anyway, this penetration was really devastating. Oh, nice touch. If takes, it was the point. If takes the bishop, then
check and then checkmate.
Yeah.
You guys can. Oh, we don't have a board. Oh no, sorry, sorry guys.
Yeah.
We don't have a board.
So the point was here that after c5, bishop a6, if takes the rook, just white checkmates. Nice motive for bearing the king.
I love it.
Yeah. So here it was time to run away.
So many tactical motives. I feel like I have a bigger head after this round.
Yeah, it's typical
heavier.
for rapid that you put a lot of things in the end on tactics. Yeah, similar motive win for white, which means that this is a tough situation for Indian team.
It is very
to lose
tough
to lose this match.
Indeed, and now I think we're ready to have another guest in the studio. Marcin, what is happening?
So now with me, Olivia Kiełbasa from Polish team. who won a game on the first board. Let's take a look at it. So, did you expect the opening? It's the first question.
Yeah, I sort of expected it. I expected a different line of Nimzo.
Right.
But I saw she also played this bishop d2 once or twice. I honestly don't remember. Didn't have much time to prepare.
All right.
Yeah, I think we more or less followed the theory till some point.
Yeah, I believe it's a regular Nimzo Indian, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
nothing special. Yeah, bishop
So
to
nothing is
d6 coming
happening
back,
now.
and c5 putting the pressure on the center.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if knight e7 is the best move or not. Maybe there are some other possibilities. I don't know if I can play c4 b5, but that may be too slow. Maybe I don't want to close the queen side. I'm not sure, honestly. There is like no real chances of dangerous attack from white. So
Yeah, you have a pressure on the center, so I believe knight e7 seems to be
yeah,
quite logical, and knight to e4. Yeah, I
yeah.
believe.
And now there's no risk getting the position with dc, bc, bishop e4. So I will always have at least decent structure.
Yeah. So let's show it. So
So-
dc is not very dangerous because of.
I think bishop c5 is possible now, maybe.
Okay, knight may come to d4 maybe.
Yeah, and then I can play just.
I believe even f6. No,
yeah.
f6 not yet.
Maybe
not
now.
yet. but
Maybe some, I don't know, rook c8, just finish developing.
Or
There
you
is
can even take on d4 and play knight f5, I believe. Should be totally fine as well.
also true.
Yeah, so it's not a threat of white to take.
Yeah.
So she tried to get rid of the knight from the center. Knight to g3, attacking the knight on e4, queen f3.
And I just don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
And with the knight on g4, she loses coordination. So I just thought, okay,
Yeah,
let's
still
develop.
the knight on e4 is untouchable because the knight on g4 is hanging, right? So
Exactly.
knight e4, de, bishop takes, I take. Thank you. Take, and now you just can even take on g4 with the queen,
Yeah.
right? So it's the point. So rook d1 was done in the game, and c4, the same stuff. Rook goes to the better place.
Yeah.
A very
And I
logical
have
game.
some-
Now the queen is hanging.
I'm
So
not sure if I can play bishop c8 immediately, bishop e4, queen g4, some. Or
Okay,
maybe
let's
not,
put
queen
it on
h7.
the let's put it on the
Okay.
board maybe. So here
So
you were
there's
mentioning
just
here,
only-
yeah, queen g4.
here.
When analyzing, we can do it during the game. It's very, very dangerous always.
Yeah. And I don't know if she has anything here or not. Oh, actually, this may be unpleasant.
Yeah, but still you have queen f5,
Yeah, but bishop h5, king
knight to
e.
g6.
Oh, knight g6.
But then g4, yeah, it seems not very pleasant, right?
Yeah.
There is knight h5.
I mean, there is, even if it's good, which probably it isn't, but yeah, there is no need to enter
Yeah.
any complications when after
Yeah,
queen
exactly.
f5 is just much better position.
One more trap.
Yeah, but after queen g6, it's even worse version.
Yeah, because
Oh.
there is a spot for a knight on f5.
Yeah, and knight f2 is just a blunder, because after knight f5, I grab a pawn, and yeah. it's
Yeah, you
just-
took it, and now it's just h5, h4. Yeah, quite a clear game, I would say. You're attacking all the time.
Yeah, and she simply has no moves.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
okay, I
rook
know
e2
that.
was just final blunder.
Yeah, exactly. So how do you find this tournament?
Quite okay now. I mean, it's much better after I think we're winning the match.
I believe so,
Julia
right.
has no problems. She's
So what happened in the
pressing.
first match against China?
Oh, well, it was pretty. I'm not sure if unfortunate is the word or if they simply beaten us.
All right.
Because, well, we haven't really checked the games.
Yet, of course.
Yes, of course. Simply with 2 rounds, it's impossible to think about the match we've just played, only to focus on the next one. Yeah.
Have you
We were
prepared
hoping for
anything
better.
before the tournament? Did you have a camp or something like that?
Only in June, we played quite a lot of tournaments. I mean, the whole team. After that, so there wasn't really a good time to have another camp.
All right. So you were not preparing for that tournament particularly.
No, we were just focusing on just improving our openings, but nothing special for this tournament. We simply, we had some training games because this is a completely new time control.
Is this the first time you played, or?
Yes, I haven't played in 2 years ago. So it's the first time, and yeah, it's quite different.
Yeah, it's how do you find it actually? Because it's not rapid, it's not a classical, right? It's
so far so good. I mean, those training games we had definitely helped. But yeah, it's very different. I have to constantly remind myself to not to think for too long because, well, there's no addition after 40 moves. There is nothing. I mean,
yeah, only 10 seconds.
Yeah, and even today I can't really get used to it still because I wanted to write down my moves on the score sheet.
All right,
a few
you didn't have
times.
to, right. So,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
and joining us here. And we are back to the studio.
Thank you.
So much, Marcin and Olivia, for giving us all this inside information of Team Poland in this particular game. So big congratulations to Olivia for this game. And now we are going back to the action because some of the games are still in progress.
Some crazy events happened.
Let's bring the chessboard right away on the camera.
Yeah, I'm at the moment in the Bulgarian match. First board, Antoneta Stefanova has lost again. On the second board, also lost for Bulgaria. On the third board, big blunders. And on the last board, it seemed that it will end up in a draw. And suddenly, few moves before, this was initial position, which looks drawish. Black should call, but somehow she opted for this rook h5 and rook g7, rook g8, just now winning for white, which looks, now a really tough situation. Bulgaria will lose all 4 games, which I think it's a huge upset. We can also check some other.
There was a handshake meanwhile, and the match is just ended.
Unbelievable result. They won't, I think, get over it so easily.
We can see the captain of the Bulgaria. He's smiling. He handshaked and he had this, he shook his head. I couldn't believe that it actually happened.
Yeah, and actually you can just say the results in the meantime. In Georgian match, there was also.
That's the biggest upset, I think, in this round, as Georgia is the favorite of this tournament. They brought a very strong team here, and they lost the match against France 2.5 to 1.5. Let's bring the chessboard on the screen because the game 1 was very nice. Touchdown in the end. Diamante just won a beautiful end game, and you can see the last part.
I was expecting here that pawn take g5 will happen. This h5 is something you don't want to.
We need to bring the chess on the screen because.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was too fast.
It's very tough to do the blindfold chess commentary.
Yeah.
Okay,
So g6. I was expecting here that black will take on g5, and then some massive exchanges will happen. But she opted for h4, and then this g6 is screaming to be played, which actually happened. And here. This was something black was trying to play, saying that, okay, I ruined the structure, I have 2 bishops, but something went wrong so quickly that she was lost in few moves. Suddenly this domination of knights. Exchange. It looks completely normal. So I don't know what had happened here. Maybe here, this point is knight c4 is actually helping white, but still looks, I would say, playable.
That's right.
And in few moves.
Well, Bella was actually struggling on time. She had 50 seconds in the middle of the game.
Yeah, this is what we were commenting, that when you start to play on this low time mode with only increment, it's really tough to handle. Rook joined the game, and now rook a7 happened. Completely blundering the rook.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no.
This was actually, she completely missed that bishop is controlling the square.
Wow.
Yeah, something really tough to deal. But anyway, yeah.
So
yeah.
I believe that what happened here to black was she was calculating on this rook g1, all these ideas of checkmate, and then she just played this very quickly to avoid checkmate, and this rook was just gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable blunder, but life
Let's
goes
keep
on.
going, and the last was really nice. Somehow she managed to bring the tension on. No, this game. If we just go, she pushed the pawn forward and played b2 at some point.
Where? Here? The game? Okay.
Yeah, the last game here, last position. So, but there was a beautiful checkmate that we can show to our viewers.
Knights are combining threats.
Yes, 95.
So 95 to control.
Rook gets back.
Yes.
Knight d3, knight c1 to
cut. Okay, first, why she was distracting the knight for this square. Then came this knight c1, preparing this pawn push and promotion.
Bishop d4, and here we have the resignation. And it's a beautiful checkmate here after king to h7, rook g7, king h8, rook goes on f7, king g8, and knight h6. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Really nice. Really nice.
So, unfortunately for Georgia, this game didn't go on their way. So here we have the results of the second match of the FIDE Women's World Team Chess Championship. Very complicated name, but we're gonna practice that for tomorrow. We're gonna do it better. So France wins against Georgia 2.5 to 1.5. Egypt loses to 1.5 to 3.5 to Ukraine. India lost 1.5 to 2.5. France and Kazakhstan, I think they did a great job in this match. Those are two big upsets. In Pool B, we have FIDE America lost against Poland 1.5 to 2.5. Germany lost against China. Bulgaria could not score even a half point against USA. And you guys, as you can see on the background, the day is getting to the end. We have here dark already. So this is quite late here, almost 8 a.m. And here we are in a beautiful, very beautiful city in Bydgoszcz in Poland. And you guys, we hope that you enjoyed today's games.
Yeah, stay with us tomorrow as well. Same system, 2 rounds a day. We are starting at 3 p.m. Central European Time. Be with us now. Some teams, they need to catch the leaders, so probably some risk-taking will be present there.
Right, and we're saying goodbye from our commentary team, Grandmaster Alojzije Janković, Grandmaster Marcin Tasbir, and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Bye, guys.
Bye.